into the preamble. I'm going to talk about the preamble. Yes. What I would love to say is that can we please ensure that not only women should champion the disability rights and everything, all the departments should be able to champion it, because we take people with disabilities, it's a political issue and it belongs to all the department. It's not only for the women to champion it. And the women are, they're already championing it. So I would like all the other departments like youth, like fraternal, the mother body should also be able to champion it, so that people will be able to be, like we people with disabilities, we can be empowered. Thank you.
No, thanks. I'm Comrade Charles Mokwela from Mohalakwena, Ward 27, in Limpopo. Yeah, what I would like to, my submission is just to welcome the Constitution itself, as it is very clear, in line with what our people have been looking for. It is actually in line with, based on the report which was also read. As we go through, we could see that mainly all the motive forces, and it clearly defined what is the movement and also a political party that we are actually forming. I believe it's a very proper foundation document that all of us will have to then follow. Also on the issue of the logo and colors, I think it clearly defines everything, and it's quite unique to other organizations. I don't believe there is any other thing which can actually be a challenge, like how it is explained on the Marcus Garvey in Africa. The whole concept is very clear. The issue of the spear pen, it must also be emphasized to those who will be doing what you call regalia, because the spear pen there is clear. It has 3 dots, but in other, if you see on other regalias, it's actually missing, because the logo, it remains the identity of the organization, which actually need to be defended. So my submission is based on part of those 3 parts. The first one and the second one on the logo, and also part of the principles that are actually there. I believe partly most of the principles that are there, all of us, we know that our organization is guided by democratic centralism, and therefore it has to remain as such, so that we are able to guard our own unity and cohesion, and also inspire confidence in the community. Yeah. Now, as I close, I'm saying that's what will be able to guard our unity as a movement, because any organization which doesn't have be guided by principles, it can't be able to succeed. It will be chaos. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Ke le dumedisha ka moka ke dumedishe leadership. Mo page 6, mo ibolelang ka hore Africa it's a champion for youth harnessing their energy through education, the job, and what. Nampile kirile kile watching engwe ko lepeleng kumpi kare ba dirile di demarcation, so be ke tsama ke checka gore what ya rena e wela ka, I mean the village e welang go what e o le village tse dingwe o thoma go what one. So e ke fitla kwa ka tlhakana le youth e tletsi ba dutse mo etla sa motlhare ka ba thoma go bolela le bona. O mongwe a re o na le honors ka agriculture, a re o kile a bereka as a wa bona dilo tse di dirang ke government ba re ke nke lebala, and then the internship Thank you. Nampile uri ufeditse 3 years mo yona. Sanke baba absorb. And then bare are ge ba fetša na bereka go section ela ya gore ba ntšha di grant for batho ba baswa le ba disable. Mara uri grant tšewe ga ba fe tšona. Then nna ka tsamaya cause ke na le family wa berekang ko agriculture. Ka mmotšiša gore kganthe di grant tše di bereka jwang. Are he di grant tše tshwanetse be le gore ba already una le chimo and we develop ile ke re batla I developa jwang ba sena tšhelete ke youth ba tswa sekolong and ga bana mebereko le di grant tše khwi ba no bolela ka tsona mo TV ba re ngwa go tšwele di grant so ne ke kgopela gore go yona ya go re thushe youth ka mešomo ke kgopela gore nka re le ka re thusha nna ke šetse ke tswela ke paletšwe nka re go ka ba le o e leng gore wa re thusha gore re ka tsamaya di channels tše di feng ka lebo.
Oh, this is the last? Oh, okay.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Oh, my name is Prof. Kamele Bluefontaine. I'm one of the guests. I think they forgot to introduce us. It's okay. The contribution I would like to make here is in line with section number 3 that speaks of principles underpinning. Under the principles, I've been reading them, but I would like to make a submission with due respect. I think there is A until G. To make H as maybe if I shorten it, to say taking our rightful position in line with all spheres of life, being self-confidence, self-worth, self-responsibility, taking our good self-image. This, in short, is to try and say we have to see ourselves as people from whom answers should come from. If you can recall, if I make one of the example, if you go to education, you'll find that in most of schools, we've got wise people. It's like we are failing in line with education. So we really have to get to a point where we say we need to take our rightful position in all spheres of life so that we are self-reliant enough. We are people that we say are the right people that God created in Africa or through Africa Mayibuye movement for us to be able to be the answers to all our God-given challenges. Thank you.
Kelewa leadership, greetings. Ketifo Mutiti from Concert, Ward 10, NCT member in the Free State. Negibata Otsafela, the submission page. The first line, we the people of South Africa. I feel like it is problematic in a sense that we are saying we are an African movement. Now, if we say we people of South Africa, we are regionalizing ourselves. And we must be forward thinking as a movement. Also the form or membership form, if there is somewhere, if there is a passport number, my understanding it is also going to accommodate our African sisters and brothers in our organization. Secondly, the issue of like in page 16, could we another speaker male areno the red and yellow and what the way constitution. I think I believe it is not going to be correct because it's not going to speak to the Pan-African and the Black Liberation flag once they change the colors. And our Sheba Montong already, more group national, the colors are correct. And everywhere, I saw some t-shirts, the colors are correct. I think Tsonsori remain as black on top, green in the middle and red at the bottom. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you very much, Chair. I thought there was an agreement yesterday that from the presidium we can talk sitting down because we are visible for everyone who is in the. So the unfortunate or fortunate reality with logos is that once you agree on the colors, you can't move away from it in terms of. So we purposefully did not define the white color so that the logo can be adaptable, like this. So if you had said white is a color, you are going to be forced to push white in the middle there. So that is why we leave it as a background color, so that we can be able to adapt the logo. It's a, if we want to define purity, it's okay, but it's a logo which, like the white is a background. In some instances, even on green, we can be able to adapt it to green, so that this and then the spear pen. So you see the logo of Mayibuye Medics already has got a spear pen as well, which appears on the logo of, and it fits in perfectly because I think the other symbol represents what's choke and BL. Yes. So globally and universally, the snake that is there represents healthcare. Everywhere else, there's a logo for healthcare. All over the world, they always utilize that illustration. So we're able to fuse the spear pen with that. It becomes much more relevant in terms of how it then deals with this issue. I agree that the principle of deliberative democracy should be included as well in the principles in section 3. Social assistance is not an organization, so it can't have a logo. It's a department, so the organizations that are mentioned there, they're relatively autonomous organizations. Medics is an organization, the youth movement, the women's movement, the student movement, Mausa, the law clinic will be a separate organization as well, it's purposefully. But social assistance is not a separate organization. It's an integral part of Mayibuye as an organization fully. The same way the communications committee will be, if there are other committees that are established, they are integral in the organization. They are not separate organizations. They can't have their own identity that is separate from the identity of the organization. I think the length of the preamble is an attempt to cover as much as possible so that different constituencies, when they read the preamble, before they even go to the constitution, they must know that we are mentioned here. That is why I agree that even there has to be mentioning of Abela Piben Dabuko as well as there has to be a sentence that acknowledges that workers, so someone must be like, okay, this one is about us here. Just as by reading the preamble that it looks like the story that follows is going to speak to all of us as a people. I agree as well that we can say we the people of Africa. instead of just we, the people of South Africa. I think we can, inconsistent with the commitment to the African Revolution, and the logo already has got African map. We don't have a South African map just only. It's a principal issue that attaches us to the emancipation of the people of the African continent, here in South Africa, in the African continent, and in the diaspora. And that is one of the issues that we're dealing with. And then I think the issue of numbering, I agree, must be dealt with accordingly, properly, so that we do not repeat some of the sections. Since the party's registration, there's never been any objection, not a single objection, to the name and to the colors and to the logo. So there's not a single objection from anyone, and it's public information that, the government printing works publishes a government gazette that says that those who want to object to this identity should do so. So unfortunately, we have got only one African map. So if there are African maps elsewhere, we can't draw another one. If we had an option of drawing another African map, we could do it like that. And unfortunately, there's only one star as well. What else do we do? And we want to express the same message that the star represents of progressive internationalism in terms of the issues that happen. But the last plea that Chair want to make is that whilst we can raise all issues when we are raising hands here, at least for this part of the Constitution, let us make submissions on issues that relate to the Constitution, so that we do not veer off. Yesterday, after the Restoration Manifesto, we discussed everything. Permissibly, there's nothing wrong with that. But let's try to be thematic, because we are still going to have presentation of the organizational report. So all the issues that speak to gatekeeping and wrongdoing can relevantly be raised when we are dealing with the organizational report, so that we then deal with those issues. But for now, let us stick to the Constitution, so that I appreciate that the same spirit, instead of asking questions, let us make input to say this is what I think should be expressed in the Constitution in terms of those issues. I agree that the consciousness as well aspect can be articulated in a far much more qualitative way than it is, whether it's class consciousness or consciousness in general. That doesn't ignore the decolonial question. Chair.
Thank you, Comrade President. I'm now going to hand over back to Comrade Tumelo to deal with section 4, 5, and 6. Comrade Tumelo.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Thank you very much to plenary and the guidance provided by the President. On section 4, which has erroneously been listed as section 3 for the second time, we are addressing issues of aims and objectives, and one, that Mayibuye movement is a people's movement and total liberation and emancipation movement, fighting for total freedom and emancipation now. Africa Mayibuye movement fights for, so now we expatiate in terms of what is total emancipation. Total emancipation encapsulates total political freedom. It also encapsulates total economic freedom. It also includes cultural freedom and decolonization now. It also includes to build a capable developmental state, which was mentioned earlier, and to be a caring and responsive movement. In terms of political freedom, they are saying that Africa Mayibuye movement is fighting for total political freedom and emancipation. This means achieving a comprehensive and uncompromised sovereignty where the people exercise genuine power over governance and decision making and national destiny, free from elite capture, corruption, and external influences that undermine a democratic will. It also entails a political system that is truly representative, accountable, responsive to the masses, ensuring that every citizen participate meaningfully in shaping policies that affect their lives. Total political freedom transcends from voting rights to include eradication of systemic barriers that prevents the majority from influencing outcomes, such as unequal access to information, media manipulation, institutional biasness, favoring the wealthy. It demands the dismantling of structures that perpetuate inequality, fostering a democracy where power resides with the people and not concentrated in the hands of the few. Remember that we also earlier on spoke about parliamentary sovereignty. So this is captured well in our demand for political freedom now. The freedom gained in 1994 is not total freedom. While 1994 marked a historic transition from apartheid to democracy, ushering in universal suffrage on a constitution that enshrines human rights, it fell short of delivering complete emancipation. The negotiations leading to the new dispensation, including the Convention for a Democratic South Africa, CORESA, preserved key elements of the old order, such as the sunset clauses that protected white civil servants and economic elites, whilst limiting radical transformation. Political power shifted formally, but real control remained entangled in networks of privilege, where the African National Congress inherited a state apparatus riddled with inefficiencies and corrupt vulnerabilities. Over the 3 decades, this has manifested in widespread disillusionment, with voter turnout declining as the people perceive elections as rituals that change faces, but not systemic injustices. Corruption scandals such as those involving state capture have eroded trust, revealing how political freedom is hollow without mechanisms to hold leaders accountable beyond periodic ballots. Moreover, the 1994 gains were compromised by the persistence of economic disparities that influence politics. The majority black population, despite voting rights, faces barriers like poverty and unemployment, which diminish their ability to engage politically. Rural communities in particular remain sidelined, with traditional leaders often co-opted into bureaucratic roles that dilute their authority. The Constitution, while progressive, has not fully addressed historical imbalances, allowing for judicial interpretation that sometimes favor property rights over land restitution. This partial freedom has led to a democracy where formal equality masks substantive inequality, which protects with protests like service delivery uprising, highlighting unmet demands for real power. Africa Mayibuye movement seeks to complete this unfinished revolution, advocating for decentralized governance, participatory democracy, and anti-corruption measures that empower people to govern themselves. In terms of economic freedom, comrades, economic freedom and emancipation means total economic sovereignty and power to own, control, and direct all economic and natural resources, particularly land, mineral resources, marine resources, for the full benefit of the people of South Africa, while ensuring meaningful and mutually beneficial economic and trade relationships with the whole world. The section was covered yesterday, comrades, while we were busy with provinces in the Restoration Manifesto. It also includes cultural freedom and decolonization. It also includes capable developmental state. It also includes a caring and responsible movement. Those particular sections that speak to total liberation now are covered sufficiently there. Now, section 4, which should be read as section 5, speaks to the roles and functions of Africa Mayibuye. The President explains roles and the differentiation between roles and functions far more succinctly. What is the difference? One being a map to realize
the final destination. But then I think when you ask question, you'll be able to touch that particular subject. But then the roles and functions of Africa Mayibuye movement, I would also suspect that they are covered in the manifesto. Yeah, they are covered in the manifesto. So we'll then issues of important word, President. Which important? Comrades, they are covered, those issues in the manifesto. Let's go to the more important roles, comrades. The role of Africa Mayibuye movement is to organically develop and implement policies and programs of Mayibuye to all the challenges and diagnoses identified by the people. So remember that we've identified 100 diagnoses. Those particular diagnoses should find expression in our policies. So the current role is that we should be able to work towards those particular policies that speak to the problems that we've identified. Also to organize and mobilize the people of South Africa behind the vision and purpose of true liberation and emancipation under the full understanding and conviction that the people are their own liberators. Comrades, there's a huge difference between organizing and mobilizing. We mobilize for an interest. We mobilize for a demand. But then we organize for a structure so that we should have a lifeline, an organization that mobilizes people behind a common vision. To organize, mobilize, and unite all progressive formations, the workers, the youth, the women, the students, traditional leaders, faith-based, civil structures as part of the broad movement for total freedom and emancipation. Remember that we are Africa Mayibuye movement, meaning that as a movement we encompass other formations that will form a movement. But then in terms of electoral contestation, which is not a primary aim, we contest as a party. So this movement encompasses all the structures that have been mentioned here. To advocate for and defend fully associate with the struggles of workers, ensuring decent work, fair wages, collective bargaining rights, and protection against exploitation. This is being carried through very well by Mausa, and one of the responsibilities of the Deputy President, of the second Deputy President, is to make sure that workers' rights are expressed and elevated throughout and beyond Mausa. To be the voice and defender of communities in all civic struggles, including access to clean water. There is a vacuum that has been left by the ANC in terms of taking civic issues in communities. We would want Africa Mayibuye to cover that particular void and work for civic issues, including the demand for water, the demand for tar roads, the demand for sustainable electricity, the demand for livelihoods. So those are the 5 important, not important qualitatively, but then in terms of ranking, with the hope that all other functions and roles were explained in greater detail yesterday by the President. In terms of membership, comrades, the movement shall be open to all South Africans and Africans, including persons of African ancestry, in particular those who embrace the manifesto, those who stand for principles that include anti-racism, anti-colonialism, and anti-apartheid resistance, Pan-African solidarity, and total liberation. So quite clear there that it's open for South Africans and people of African ancestry and embrace these particular basic documents. And those that any individual who is 16 years of age or older and who accepts the constitution principles and aims of the political programs of Mayibuye shall be eligible to apply for membership. Membership shall be obtained through formal application process, which includes the online application and the rollout in terms of recruitment that is being done by structures currently. Members shall be organized primarily in VDs and in wards. So the entry point to gain membership, you do not send a WhatsApp to Tumelo or to Comrade Biko and ask for membership, but then the primary entry to membership will only be online or physical recruitment. All members in good standing, which includes up-to-date payment of membership dues, active participation in political education, and contribution to branch activities, campaigns, and events. Each member shall receive a membership card and registration number which serve as official recognition of their active affiliation to the movement. Members are required to participate in ideological and political education to deepen their understanding of our mission as Mayibuye. Members should also act as ambassadors of the movement in all platforms. So at all material times when you are a member of Africa Mayibuye, you represent the ethics, the aims of the organizations and its values. Members shall pledge to protect the movement from infiltration, corruption, sabotage, whether by state agency, private interest, or counter-revolutionary actors. So at all times we should be on alert and be prepared to protect the organization against infiltration. All members shall have the right to participate in democratic processes of the organization, which includes elections, policy debates like we are having currently, and congresses in accordance with the Constitution. Now, there is a probation period for membership, which is 6 months. So when you join the organization, you are on probation until 6 months, whilst your membership is being confirmed. And conduct will be assessed before granting full rights within the movement. So in that particular 6 months, we'll be able to assess your conduct as a member before you will be able to then be given complete rights. The national officials have the authority to deploy, reassign, or remove any member from the organizational responsibilities where such member fails to meet performance obligations, undermines organizational discipline, or acts contrary to the strategic objectives of the movement. The movement reserves the right to refuse, suspend, or revoke membership at any stage where such action is deemed unnecessary to protect the integrity, discipline, and best interests of the Africa Mayibuye movement. Membership may be suspended or revoked by national officials in cases of serious misconduct, violation of the Constitution, or engagement in activities that contradict the core values of Mayibuye. Dual membership comrades will be prohibited except expressly authorized by the national officials. Upon verification that such membership is with organizations that are politically, ideologically, organizationally aligned with principles and objectives of Africa Mayibuye. An example would be a political movement that will not contest Africa Mayibuye. You may be granted to have dual membership to that particular organization, but then you can't have a dual membership on an organization that will contest. So the entire assessment and verification will be done at the back office by the officials. The movement shall develop and maintain a centralized membership database under the Office of the Secretary General to ensure accountability, statistical integrity, and strategic planning. Membership shall not be used as a means for personal advancement, patronage, or gatekeeping. The Africa Mayibuye movement affirms equal access and dignity for all members, regardless of class, gender, sexual orientation, which covers LGBTQI+, religion, and geographic location. Members shall be required to participate in campaigns of national importance, including civic education, election mobilization, community development, solidarity actions across the continent and in the diaspora. Mayibuye shall promote the active inclusion of youth, women, people with disabilities in all structures in the movement, beginning at branch level. Members may resign voluntarily from the organization by submitting a written notice to their branch, but such resignation should not absolve them from any unresolved obligations or pending disciplinary matters. So the Constitution frowns upon resignation on Facebook. When you resign, you resign directly to the branch that you have joined. Under normal circumstances, we would have administered a declaration. But then, because this is a workshop that will still galvanize input, maybe let's skip that and not administer it. We'll administer it once we have adopted the Constitution. Now, Section 5, which should be read as Section 6, states the rights and duties of the members. That includes the right to participate fully in all programs of and meetings and activities of the movement, the right to elect leaders at all levels and where qualified to stand for election to leadership position, the right to access the constitution, policies, programs and decisions of the movement, the right to political and ideological education, including induction into the Restoration Manifesto, which will still be carried out throughout. We've started already with Limpopo and will be taking on other provinces in the going forward. The right to express views, proposals, and constructive criticism within organizational structures. The right to fair treatment, dignity, and protection from discrimination, victimization, or unfair disciplinary action. The right to be defended and represented in internal disciplinary processes, the right to initiate proposals and programs for consideration by the movement, the right to associate with sectoral, regional, or affiliate structures of the movement, the right to access leadership and organizational support and guidance when engaged in community struggles, the right to request information, feedback, and accountability from elected leadership, the right to voluntarily resign membership subject to organizational procedure. Duties of the member is to uphold the Constitution, to demonstrate loyalty to the movement, to actively participate in the campaigns of the organizations, which includes meetings, recruitment drives, and programs, to respect. So these are your responsibilities, your duty as a member after you've signed your membership, to respect and abide all organizational decisions, to maintain revolutionary discipline and resolve disputes within the internal processes, to pay membership fee. Comrades, to pay membership fee and to contribute to fundraising or resource mobilization efforts, to protect the unity, image, and credibility of the movement at all times, to refrain from acts of corruption, gatekeeping, factionalism, tribalism, sexism, and discrimination, to serve the people of South Africa selflessly and act as an agent of justice, dignity, and emancipation in communities, to safeguard organizational property and resources that are assigned to you, to promote political education, mobilization, and recruitment, to act in accordance with the values of Ubuntu, Pan-Africanism, and those that are expressed by the manifesto. Balancing of the rights, the enjoyment of rights by members is inseparable from fulfillment of their duties. Rights shall be exercised responsibly and in a manner consistent with the Constitution, policies, and discipline of the movement. Failure to uphold one's duties may result in the limitation, suspension, or withdrawal of membership rights in line with the Constitution. On affiliate membership, comrades, as a movement, we do accept affiliate organizations. So beyond direct membership as individuals, organizations also can be able to affiliate to Africa Mayibuye, provided that they have a membership of 300 to join the organization as a collective. To affiliate membership shall be approved. Affiliate membership shall be approved by the national core team, meaning that in each and every meeting, we are going to give report on organizations that have applied for affiliate membership, and this particular meeting is going to approve. Provincial and regional structures may engage potential affiliates. Okay. Provincial and regional structures may engage potential affiliates and submit proposals for approval to the national officials, but then cannot admit or approve affiliate members. So there could be forums in communities, there could be organizations that contest at a regional level or at a locality level. They can ask for affiliation at regional level, and then you have the responsibility to escalate that particular request to national leadership. Any organization or collective seeking affiliate membership must submit a written application to the Secretary General with copies to the relevant provincial and regional secretaries. Such applications must include the organization's founding documents, aims, and objectives, so that they do not contradict for what we stand for. Political parties applying for affiliate membership may not be contesting the upcoming elections. Organizations joining as a collective must provide proof of their mandate, either through a resolution adopted at their national conference or through documented confirmation that the majority of their members support affiliation with Africa Mayibuye. Such affiliation must also be accompanied by unanimous resolution of the organization's leadership structures. Affiliate members shall enjoy participation rights in meetings, engagements, and programs of Africa Mayibuye at appropriate level in accordance with the guidelines, which will be published by the national officials. Affiliate members shall commit and uphold the aims and objectives, principles, values, and discipline of Africa Mayibuye as outlined in the founding manifesto and all other basic documents. The national officials reserve the right to summarily terminate affiliate membership should the affiliate is in contradiction to the constitution, policies, or interests of Africa Mayibuye. In the absence of the chairperson, the which chairperson, you can come and take hands. Comrades, let's stick to the constitution before we go to section 8.
Okay, thank you. SG, I will take the hands to those who want to comment to under membership. We'll start on that rule. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 on that role. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Just want to make just about 2 or 3 contributions. The first one is on the naming convention. I saw throughout there we kept on saying national officials, and it reminds me of that other party. So it is my submission that we should seek to break away from old traditions. So it is my submission, Chair, that the term national officials, and I'm glad the President alluded to that, I'm not sure if consciously or unconsciously, but it is my submission that the term for national officials, those that sit up front, should be referred to as the presidium. So presidium is a term that was used in the USSR, which referred to the executive management of the governance of the USSR. So it is my submission that the national officials, that term should be replaced with presidium, Presidium. It is my submission. And then another one is on the branches, which were presented here. I want to make a submission that now we live in a 21st century, touching 22nd century, and things have moved. We have the 4th Industrial Revolution, we have the artificial intelligence, and all sorts of technological advancements. So I want to present to the congregation here that we think about having an online branch. A lot of people are excluded from branches because they cannot make time to go to physical walk-in branches. And then when we talk about online branch, you are really going to attract especially a lot of young people to be part of the branch of the party. And they will follow all the necessary rules of the branch, curation, and all those, the branch chairpersonship, and so forth. But I think let us think about having an online branch, and we'll probably be the first party in South Africa to do that. And believe me, I don't think that is a decision that we will regret. And the last one, Chairperson, the second last one. Earlier it was presented that none of the members should use the name of the party or the identity, the corporate identity of the party without permission from NCT. I would like us to have a clause on delegations there, that the NCT shall delegate powers to the PCT, and PCT delegate powers to the RCT or whatever that RCT. So that if a branch wants to do an activity, use the logos of the party, wants to go to the media interview, they are authorized by the region. So authority doesn't have to come from the NCT, but the authority comes from the region. So the question of delegations, I would want it to come out that the delegations the authority will be delegated to lower structures. The last one, we talk about our people, and I want us to define what we mean by our people, not in the context of Terra Lekota, but we must know what we mean when we say our people. So perhaps a glossary of terms will help at the beginning so that we know what we mean when we say our people. What do we mean? Do we say the blacks, or do we say the South Africans, or do we say the members of the party? What do we mean by saying our people? So it is my submission that let us have a glossary and we define these terms. My submission.
Good afternoon again. I'm not going to be long. I just want to make sure. You see, Chairperson, I've copied the Constitution and I've worked through it. I just want to make sure, because the copy that I'm having here, if I look at the roles and what we've done, the regional court team, yeah, it's not the same. Okay. So how do I know whether it's corrected what I saw? We didn't get it. Huh? Oh, okay. All right. Now then, if it's not the same, then I'm covered. So I hope. And okay, the last one is that, look, I'm going to be quite honest. There's certain things when I read, I like to understand what I'm reading, right? So the Constitution and as well as the manifesto actually broaden my vocabulary. And when I'm reading here, like simple things like sunset clause, yeah, I don't know what is sunset clause. So I have to go back and I have to read again. And the glossary at the back is very limited. So I will submit that with each section, just to have some words there to accommodate us all, just so when you read, you understand what you are reading, because the document is very, very high level. So just to make it easier, so when we as leaders go out to, if I go out to Region 5 or the Far East Mamelodi, to also explain to them, I know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. My name is Nick Kumalo, a spokesperson of Gauteng. Comrade Chair, the most principle that will be quoted in the lifespan of the Constitution of Mayibuye will be democratic centralism. All commissars available here, they will agree with me. That will be commonly known because it is an operative principle. When branches sits and all other structures sits, when troubles start, all secretaries will have to respond with this principle. With that, Chair, it has got two variables that govern the democratic centralism. Variable number one, in clear terms, decisions of the majority are binding to the minority. That is when all our structures have said and are fighting and are ill-disciplined because they have lost, this principle will be quoted. Variable number two, the decision of the higher authority is binding on the lower authority. Then in that way, my leaders, you take variable number one, if possible, we write it as it is, and then we put the adjectives, because the adjectives are very good that are written on that principle, but they seem to be defining a noun that seems not to be clear. In short, decision of the majority are binding to the minority. Then you start the sentence that begins on page 12 that this principle means as we canvass our decisions in an open space, what is written there. And the same one that is the adjective that is written here that says the lower structures must respect the higher structures. You can write that one after you have written decisions of the higher authority are binding, so that it is clear, because this one will be cited more than all other clauses that you have. And then you don't have to bite the tongues when comrades are on each other's throats on the conferences in the near future. Put it as it is, then you define it. Put it as it is, and then you define it well. Then I think we will be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mike Matebe. Chair, I just want to comment on the issue of dual membership. And I think maybe leadership can also, and the House, assist in this regard. The issue of dual membership, leadership, I was at some stage a member of one political party, and I renewed my membership in 2012 for 5 years. And the following year, in 2013, I joined a new political party. And I resigned from my previous political organization. And I remained a member of the new party until 2016. I went back to the old political party. I found that membership of mine was still existing, which means I had dual membership at that time. And when I wanted to join, they said, no, you are still a member in good standing, because your membership is expiring in 2017. And I waited until 2017 because I was still a member of that old party that I went back to it again. So now the issue here, Chairperson, in 2022, I renewed my membership in the old party I'm coming from until 2027. And I've resigned from that party now. I know they are not going to remove me, which means I'm having dual membership. So I want the leadership to assist us to say, because it's not my own making. They are not removing us from the other party that side. We continue to be members even if we have resigned. So I'm just checking what in that situation, and I think it's not only going to be myself here alone. There will be others who will be affected in this way. How are we going to deal with that situation? Thank you.
Revolutionary greetings, President. Structures, national leadership, all protocol observed. I'm Comrade Bulelane Ngapai from the province of the Eastern Cape, a provincial organizer from Alfred's Road District. It's where I'm staying. I want to have an input on in section 4, paragraph 4. About what we are saying as Mayibuye to advocate for, defend and fully associate with the struggle of workers, ensuring decent work, fair wages, collective bargaining rights, and protection against exploitation and casual citation. In terms of labor relations, we as trade unionists facing the problem of closed shop bargaining that almost is happening on public servant institutions, whereby we found employers, for example, the district municipalities and local municipalities, where the Mausa is organizing the most. You will find out there is that section 18 of 2018, circular 18, on the bargaining council that allows only the majority, that is sufficient representation, denying those who are insufficient to bargain, though the employees has the right to join and freedom of choice of a trade union. Now, that is a big problem when it comes, the employees are denied those rights because of this system of closing shop bargaining. Now, what I would suggest is that we need, as Mayibuye, to lead the struggles, that we must have a march, that we must go straight to the Department of Labor, or we must have some sort of sit in with the employers, so that we must remove that those clauses that denying those unions that are knocking, because it is continuing happening. For example, in the case of Dimausa, the staff to affiliate was in a process of deregistration, of which was not deregistered. Now, when the employees have joined, come again? On the report. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Razvuti Mokwa. I'm the Provincial Treasurer in the Free State. I'm compelled by, I'm not sure whether there are some of the element of the Constitution that is going to follow, but it looks like the screen is off there. But I'm compelled by a clause that really will help us as a constitutional element that dwells much on the discipline. You know, it becomes a confusion to all of us that how do we deal with a member rather from a top structure, NCT, PCT, RCT, sub-regions, or even a branch, where a member would not be attending the meetings for consecutive time and nothing is happening. I think we need to have a constitutional clause that really brings about discipline. If you are a member of any structure and you are failing to attend the constitutional meeting, surely the Constitution must clearly indicate what are the consequences. Therefore, I'm suggesting that should a member fail to attend a constitutional meeting for consecutive 3 days, 3 consecutive meetings, that member should be dealt with by being removed from the committee because it's becoming ineffective. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm Opa Soskumkwena, the Provincial Secretary in Gauteng. Mine is to respond to the issue that has been raised on the issue of national officials vis-à-vis the Presidium. The Presidium in USSR Constitution, it was to differentiate the party and the state. So decisions, in terms of the highest decision making, in the state were with the presidium, whilst in the party it was the central committee. So I see nothing wrong in regards to the national officials.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I just want to make an input in relation to centralizing of power. I feel that the national office will be overburdened when it comes to violation of policies, the constitution, the policies, etc. If that can be decentralized and allowed to form ad hoc grievance committees, so it will assist to speed up whatever crisis we come across. Thank you.
Comrade Chair, thank you. I'm not going to be long. I was just saying on the probation, that of 6 months, let it talk loudly as to, like we know we are a newborn baby, and then we've got people that have just joined, others haven't even made cards. So let it talk from here to here so that we don't have confusion here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Daniel Tatu from Francis Bart, Northern Cape, Pokwani Subregion, Ward 10, Provincial Spokesperson of Northern Cape. Chair, my submission is on the issue of democratic centralism. Initially, my understanding of what Lenin's view on the concept is that it emphasizes on the needs of the people. Right? So, and the ideas, political parties use democratic centralism, as the decisions of the higher ups are binding on the lower structures. And when I look at, and I've noted that in the constitution of Mayibuye, is that it speaks specifically to outlining the consultation process, number one. Number two, followed by the unified implementation, emphasizing on the discipline of the decision as well as the loyalty of these decisions. I would argue that democratic centralism, Chair, should have guidelines to it. Guidelines that assist us with regards to, one, to prevent authoritarianism, to prevent that, as well as so that it can speak to what it is with Lenin's view with regards to it emphasizing on the needs of the people. So when we have guidelines to democratic centralism, it should be with regards to how does it assist us as the party, and in which aspect of the party does it come to. One, when it comes to the decision taken by the higher up. Number two, as to what it encumbers with regards to the socialist approach of what is defined by Marx and Lenin. Thank you.
Thank you, leadership. The first question here, are we abandoning the idea of Fanaka, the membership before payment? Because Kibona Ekaren Hausa Bua Kayon. And then number two, there is online membership payment and also physical one. And when you pay membership online, there is a profile for yourself. Essence a create system. Now I'm asking a question. The first one is that if you pay physically, how is it your profile on the electronic profile is going to be made. Number two, how much important is electronic membership vis-a-vis the physical membership? Because I have noticed that immediately after you have paid, the electronic membership tells you the beginning of your membership and the end of your membership. Now, the question is, or the last question on that is, if someone wants to, is to pay a membership, right? And then you want to make a profile for that particular person, and that particular person does not have, the bank and so forth, and then he says, okay, here is my 20 rand, and I want you to pay for me and create profile for me. Is it going to be allowed? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is on page 39 on section 6. Number 12, a probation period. I think it speaks to the issue of 6 months probation to be given to a person in order to then be a full member. I think moving with the principle on number 10, on issue of safeguarding the organization, my proposal is that we also put a probation period into the issue of being elected or being deployed into leadership position. I would say for mine, it will be that in order to protect opportunism, to protect and safeguard the organization, probation to full membership 6 months, into elected position, let it be 12 months. It's a suggestion from my side. Thanks, Chair.
No, comrades, I think in the first part of the discussion, we can't change that pattern of red, black, green, because we're adapting it from elsewhere. Already, we're being accused of having taken the logo of Malawi or something. So we're taking the Pan-Africanist logo, which is a universal logo. So even this clothing label called Gucci, they've got those colors. But that pattern affirms the Pan-Africanist flag. So we can't move away from that because that is the political explanation of that. In terms of the branches, these ward-based branches that are defined, and then VD-based branches, and then institutional branches. To say that if there is a hospital where there's a lot of people and then they want to launch a branch there, they can permissibly launch the branch according to guideline. Or a university where, yes, there will be the student movement branch, but if workers want to launch a branch, lecturers and everyone else there, they can launch a branch. If there's a huge mine where most of the people stay and work there, they don't have time to participate at a branch at home, they can institutionalize a branch there. So those are the three categories of branches that are mentioned. I would think that before any proposal is given on an online branch, let's try to have online programs and see how do they turn out. Like, can run an online political school where there are people who log in and then interact and everything else, and then you will then assess with time if that can be mutated into a branch on an online space for those who physically cannot move or do not have, in terms of the work commitments, cannot move from one place to another. Now, democratic centralism is the only thing that will hold the organization together. So, because the opposite of democratic centralism is federalism, where it doesn't matter what the national leadership or the organization says, you can do as you wish. As lower structures, it doesn't work like that. So the principle is that we discuss the constitution and agree on the values and the principles and objectives and aims and roles and functions. But as lower structures, when you pick up that it looks like some of these decisions are inconsistent with what is in the founding documents, then you can call that out in an official engagement. But you can't want to say we are running a federal organization. I can tell you now that the DA calls itself a federal organization. They even have something called Federal Council, but they exercise democratic centralism. When they give directives of what should happen to all their councillors everywhere, they all follow the line. There has never been anyone who defies them. Like to say, you know, in the spirit of federalism, we are going to work with the parties which the national leadership is against. I know this because there was a guy who used to be the chairperson, but he's late now, called himself. So we used to be in the same building, in Mark's building in Parliament. He was a national chair of the Federal Council. He used to say that democratic centralism is the only way to run an organization. There's no any other way. Because you can't run an organization meaningfully through a federal arrangement where you take decisions and then the lower structures are saying something different to what has been the common mandate. But it also protects the organization against opportunism. In a situation where one person wants to impose their views or hold the organization at ransom, even when majority is saying we must go this direction, so no, I don't want that, I must go this direction. And then if you are not protected by democratic centralism, that person can say, I've got the right to publicly disagree with you. And there is no sane person in society that can trust an organization that contradicts itself publicly. Because they will not know what do you stand for. What are your principles? What are your values? What is your position? If you are going to contradict yourselves publicly, you are not worth respecting as an organization in terms of what happens. And I think the inclusion of the probation period, and we can make it 6-12 months, is to not frustrate the organization, because in the formative stages, there might be those who come for wrong reasons. So you don't have to take them through disciplinary hearings. You can just say that that probation didn't pass. We didn't accept the membership. So it was nice that you applied, like we're together, but the manner in which things have been going, they are not consistent with how we want to build the organization forward. Now, comrades, we must never be worried a lot about the terminology. We will, all of us, understand that. It won't happen in day one. But and you will realize that it's the simplest and the easiest of terminology that is used. You just have to be able to patiently speak to it, and then we're able to educate each other. When I was a young student activist, I used to read some article of Kwame Nkrumah of imperialism in the highest stage of capitalism. I used to think it's very complex, but later on when I got to pay attention, I realized that it's a very simple thing to understand. And all of us, I can assure you, you might not believe that now, I can assure you that in a very short space of time, with the political schools and the persistency of political education and political work that we will do, all of us will be able to understand the complex things, and we will also be able to simplify all of those issues to ordinary people. It's not that when we have now understood we're going to be throwing terms and terminology around in community meetings. We will be able to explain to society that this is what this means in the context of our struggle. Because sometimes this attempt to say, don't talk about neocolonialism and neoliberalism, just talk about water and roads, it's an ideological diversion and warfare that you must not expose the weaknesses of colonialism and the fact that our country is controlled from elsewhere. How are you going to expose neocolonialism if you don't talk about it? Your only concern is that there must be water there and roads there and everything else. We need to confront neocolonialism, and we must define and characterize it in the manner that it is. That we are still living in a colonial economy which was serving colonial interests and continues to serve colonial interests. And that has to be spoken about. So this oversimplification of politics sometimes is not just oversimplification. It's an attempt to remove politics from politics, real politics from politics. To say, no, don't worry about these things. Those things are very complex. Just focus on the quick things. That your problems are not the system of capitalism. The problems are not the system of imperialism. Your problems is the people that you are living around in the township. That is what they do. That is what the global imperialist system does, by the way. They say, no, your poverty is not because of us who are exploiting your resources. Your poverty is because of the local politicians who are too corrupt. Your poverty is because of the neighboring countries which have sent people to your country, who are taking your jobs and everything else there. And whilst immigration is a problem which must be confronted clearly, we must not be divorced from the fact that we are still living in a neo-colonial, imperialist and neoliberal economy. The biggest beneficiary of the wealth of the African continent, of South Africa, is the former colonial masters who are in control of all our mineral resources. Trillions of rands are being stolen by the companies that are in the London Stock Exchange. And none of us get to pay attention to that. We think our problems narrowly is Zimbabwe, is Lesotho, is the people around. But trillions of wealth is being stolen by the colonial settlers. Like the mineral resources are being stolen, the marine resources, the fishes in the oceans are being stolen every day in huge volumes, and thousands, if not millions of tons. Our coal, everything else is being taken by the colonial settlers. But the diversion is that, no, don't worry about those. They even train us to fight against small-scale miners. Like people, like small-scale like, they say, no, the problems is Zamazama. Do you know the amount of minerals that is taken by the so-called Zamazamas? Is not even 0.001% of the minerals that are taken out of this country by the mega colonial settlers. It's nothing. But the ideology is that, no, don't talk about those things. Don't be too complex. Just talk about the water. Talk about the grading of the gravel road there. Talk about small pieces of land. Don't talk about us. Like, you must focus there. And those are the politics that we should deal with differently. That while we are going to speak about day-to-day bread and butter issues, we must not lose our focus that at the center of our real economic and political emancipation and freedom now will have to be to change the property relations by taking over the strategic sectors of the economy, in the mineral sector, in agriculture, in the marine economy as well. That is where real wealth is at. And that is where political power should be directed to take our resources from. And with time, I can assure you, with time, all of us will be at the same level of ideological, political, and organizational understanding of what are we dealing with in South Africa, and what are we dealing with in the African continent, and how do our struggles interconnect to then fight them commonly for common prosperity. And those are the simple issues that with the ANC was long sidelined long time ago. They say no, focus this direction. You know, like I wanted to say something else. You know, like even the other side there, we have an organization which the political guidance in parliament for 5 years is to fight for some 8 million rand loan which was given to build a house in Kwadkadogat Dunus. And that becomes a major political program. And proud political program, and stop parliament. Not because our minerals are being stolen, because of some 8 million rand loan. You must pay that. That becomes a political program. And in the process, and check during that period, in the process of saying, no, you must pay that 8 million rand, the white capitalist establishment was cheering on, yes, you are right, they even joined. You are right, you are doing very well, fight this man. Fight this is where you must be fighting. And then all the court cases are won, front pages of newspapers. This is the best political party, is fighting. Why? Because it's fighting petty issues. It's not fighting, it is not fighting for the real battles. We must never agree to be diverted, comrades. Like all of these issues that we're dealing with, we can be able to, and we should develop political programs in the Free State, and we must demand meaningful participation in the mines. Our people must demand participation in the extraction of our resources. And we must demand with proper political programs to say that if our people are not going to benefit, we rather not have mining. That should be the principle that should happen everywhere else. Not to go and close some cliques store. We must close a mine. We must close a mine. And with real demands that this is what we demand out of the mine. And on behalf of the people, those are the battles that we must be fighting, not petty issues. And we think it's revolutionary to march against a councillor who has got no power, doesn't even know how much is the budget of the municipality and what's happening there. Even if you were to put that person on gunpoint and say, give us something, they can't do anything, they don't have anything. But our wealth is being stolen every day here in South Africa. And those are the politics that we must be talking about. We are laying a foundation for that. So we must not be afraid that there are some of the issues which with time we will all of us have same levels of understanding. I can assure you that we'll have same levels of understanding. I've worked with a lot of activists before, and they got to develop far much faster. And all of us, I think, we will be able to develop much faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President. I just want to second the President because I wrote few things here, but I think it was Jezong. I just want to add on educating ourselves with current affairs and global affairs. At this level, we are not supposed to be complaining about us having a glossary in our manifesto and constitution. One of the principles of Africa Mayibuye is for us to be knowledgeable. Always, it's there in the manifesto. It's one of our principles. I think after Ubuntu, we're supposed to be educating ourselves, Doc. Everything that is in here, we're supposed to know. We don't really need a glossary to be explaining, but it is there at the back. But it should be our duty as members of Africa Mayibuye to educate ourselves. And when we go to the ground, you'll find out that the people will have their own understanding of Africa Mayibuye. The President was sharing yesterday to say that in Limpopo, when he got there, everyone was having their own definition of Africa Mayibuye. So we shouldn't be concerned that much as we make sure that we plant a seed on the ground so that our people, they understand that the fight is not over. The freedom is not here. We are still fighting for the freedom. And then the other thing that I wanted to add on the probation, the 6 months, I don't think, President, we should make it 12 months. 6 months is enough. Because within 6 months, all those, especially in this new formation, we know that there are people that are still on the fence. We watch them on Facebook. They are Mayibuye, but they'll be putting things of the ANC. You know, they're still, we're not saying that we are not friends with them, but what we are saying is 6 months should be enough for a person to know that now I am Africa Mayibuye to the core, and I'm unapologetic about it. So leadership, 6 months is enough for probation, because now I know a lot of people, they're like, hey, is this thing going to work? Is it, is it real? But within 6 months, we need to be sure when we are going to local elections, we need to know that we are going with the soldiers that are with us, not without us. And then also, when we're talking about current affairs globally, like the President was saying, the oceans economy is untapped. Even when the Minister of Transport is giving a report, she'll always talk about the rail and the transport, but she won't go deep into the oceans economy, because that is where it is critical. That's where our money is. But they say nothing about it. The president of the Youth League, youth movement, we had a conversation, and I said to him that, you know what, you need to start now educating yourself on what is really happening in all these departments, especially in the oceans economy, so that we are different as Mayibuye, so that our culture shows that we are no longer fighting with the spear, we're fighting with the pen. Those 3 dots, they mean that, you know what, we are doing our research, and we are going to educate people so that they know that the fight is not over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, comrades, for the contribution on these sections that were presented. And thank you very much to Comrade President and DP for guidance in that regard. We are now going to pause, comrades, and take a lunch break. Lunch is ready. There will not be any delay. We need to be back here at exactly 50 minutes past 2. That is 10 to 3, so that we can continue with the business of the day. Thank you very much, comrades. Enjoy.
movement will be as follows. So these are the structures that we have in Mayibuye. The first structure is the National Convention, followed by the National General Convention, the Council of Elders, the Presidency, the National Court Team, the National Officials, the Chaplaincy, the National Secretariat, Provincial Court Teams, Provincial Officials, Regional Court Teams, Regional Officials, Sub-Regional Court Teams, Branch Court Teams, Voting District Court Teams, Africa Mayibuye Movement Branch. On Section 8, which speaks to the meetings of Mayibuye, they are listed as a total of 14. The first meeting of the organization is the National Convention, which shall meet once after every 5 years. And the National General Convention shall meet once in between the National Convention. The National Court Team shall meet at least once every 2 months. The National Secretariat shall convene before every meeting of the national officials to ensure proper preparation, coordination, and alignment of organizational matters. We also have the extended National Secretariat, comrades, which includes the provincial secretaries and provincial organizers. They will also be joined, this meeting will also be joined by secretaries and organizers of the fraternal structures. The Provincial Court Team shall meet on a monthly basis to review provincial work and oversee recruitment drives and coordinate regional and sub-regional programs. We have the provincial officials that shall meet on a weekly basis, comrades, to provide operational leadership, evaluate progress, and address urgent matters affecting the province. We have the regional court teams that shall meet monthly, the regional officials that should convene weekly, the sub-regional court teams that should meet at least once a month, the branch court team which meets weekly, the voting district court teams which will meet weekly. The Africa Mayibuye movement branches shall hold monthly meetings. So we are called upon as branches to have monthly general meetings where you are going to receive reports, engage in political education, and plan local campaigns in each of the wards throughout the country. Any member who fails to attend, this is an issue that was raised earlier on. Any member who fails to attend 3 consecutive meetings of their structure without a valid reason or a prior apology shall automatically cease to be a member of that respective structure. So that issue that was raised by a comrade, that side has been fully covered here. Now in Section 9, we speak to the status, roles, functions of Africa Mayibuye movement. The first function would be the National Convention, which is planned to sit later in November. The National Convention of Africa Mayibuye movement is the highest decision-making body of the movement and is defined by and responsible for the following discussion, amendments, adoption of the Constitution of Mayibuye, meaning that after we have deliberated on this Constitution, it will be referred to the National Convention which shall ratify this particular document. The inaugural National Convention of Africa Mayibuye will establish the organization and adopt its founding policies and principles. The second National Convention will only be convened after 7 years. The National Convention is responsible for the establishment, meaning the appointment of national leadership. And consideration will be given to several factors, include but not limited to gender parity, geographical spread, leadership capacity, and standing to society. The delegation of the convention is determined by the national officials of the movement and must necessarily have delegates from all provinces, delegates from at least 90% of the regions of South Africa and at least 80% of the sub-regions. So combined, the regions of South Africa are 54. So the delegates should at least represent 90% of that 54 and 80% of the sub-regions, meaning that for those that have metros, they have divided sub-regions into areas, but then with districts, municipalities will be considered as sub-regions. The National General Convention is a mid-term convention of Africa Mayibuye and is defined by and responsible for the following. It will review policies and formulate such policies. It will also, should a need arise, supplement the national core team. The third structure, comrades, is the Council of Elders, whose responsibilities include offering strategic guidance and advisory to the President, the national officials, and the NCT on key policy decisions and organizational directions, mediating internal disputes and conflicts within the movement to maintain harmony and unity among members, preserving and promoting the cultural, traditional, and spiritual heritage of South Africa in alignment with the movement liberation objectives, ensuring ethical standards and integrity, that standards and integrity are upheld in all activities and decisions of the movement, mentoring leaders and providing wisdom to nurture the next generation of activists, engaging the communities, traditional authorities, and religious groups to build grassroots support and gather insights for the movement, advising on matters related to social justice, economic emancipation, and anti-imperialist strategies to advance African renewal, monitoring the implementation of the movement's policies and programs, representing the movement in dialogues with royals, religious and traditional institutions across the country, fostering interfaith and intercultural harmony to strengthen national cohesion. Comrade, the fourth structure that we have in Mayibuye is the presidency. The presidency has the following office bearers. We have the president, the two deputy presidents, the head of presidency, the national chairperson, the deputy national chairperson, the head of political education, the head of special projects, the head of policy, the head of international relations, the head of communications, the chief administrator, and the chairperson of the social assistance. Meeting of the presidency will be presided over by the president and will meticulously coordinate. Will meticulous with meticulous coordination ensured by the head of presidency, thereby fostering an atmosphere of disciplined deliberation, collective wisdom, and principled decision making that draws inspiration from the lessons of revolutionary struggle, where theory must always be united with concrete practice to illuminate the path forward, exemplified in the unyielding commitment to mobilizing the people against imperialism, neocolonial domination, recognizing that true liberation demands the active participation of the masses in transforming their material conditions. Now, the functions of the presidency is, in carrying these functions, the presidency will appraise the national secretariat and provide rigorous guidance and constructive criticism and supporting oversight to strengthen the overall organizational structure and enhance its capacity to serve the people effectively. The presidency facilitates internal cohesion by organizing forums for principled dialogue that promote mutual respect, collective discipline, and a harmonious resolution of contradictions amongst members. The presidency develops educational programs which will rise and empower people politically, consciously, and ideologically. It also oversees targeted interventions and special projects with diligence. Will craft comprehensive policy frameworks that will advance social justice and economic redistribution. It will build alliances abroad through diplomatic maturity and internationalist solidarity by engaging with our global partners to amplify the movement's cause and draw support from progressive forces worldwide in a fight against global imperialism, recognition, and the interconnectedness of liberation struggles across the continent. The presidency will also articulate the movement's message with clarity, responsibility, and revolutionary zeal, whilst ensuring transparency. and collectively will monitor the implementation of policy with humility and scientific vigor. The presidency engages in crisis response by harnessing its diverse expertise in its members. It will also advocate for resource mobilization with professionalism and strategic foresight. Through social assistance programs under its purview, the presidency directs and coordinates initiatives aimed at providing immediate relief. The fifth structure is the national officials. The national officials will consist of the president, the deputy president, the secretary general, 2 deputy secretary generals, national chairperson, deputy national chairperson, national organizer, deputy national organizer, treasurer general, fundraiser general, and chaplain general. Will also include the heads of portfolios, and the portfolios will be the head of presidency, the head of secretary general's office, chief administrator, head of special projects, head of political education and publication, national head of mobilization and campaign, head of legal affairs, head of policy development and research, head of traditional and royal affairs, head of membership, head of elections, the president of the youth, the president of women, the president of students, the chairperson of social assistance, the chairperson of communication, the chairperson of the professional committee, the chairperson of Mayibuye medics, and any other member that the national officials might resolve to invite into the officials. Their collective responsibility will be considered along the lines of the National Working Committee and responsible for articulating the movement's political position, providing strategic leadership, and overseeing the implementation of both political directives and operational outcomes as resolved by the National Core Team. The national officials must collectively guide the strategic direction of Africa Mayibuye by ensuring that all decisions align with its ideological principles and advance the liberation agenda. The NO are responsible for mobilizing resources and cadres on a daily basis, coordinating efforts to build the movement's capacity and reach. The national officials will oversee political education programs, collectively designing and implementing curricula. The national officials bear collective responsibility for financial stewardships of the organization and ensuring transparency throughout the process. The national officials will lead and coordinate social assistance. The national officials are tasked with maintaining discipline and ethical standards. The national officials will facilitate communication both internally and externally. The national officials will oversee policy development and research, collaborating daily to analyze societal contradictions and devise solutions rooted in Marxism. National officials must champion the integration of traditional and royal leadership, consulting collectively to honor the cultural heritage while advancing progressive goals. The national officials will be responsible for youth, women, student empowerment, coordinating initiatives across their perspective presidents to nurture future leaders. The national officials will handle legal affairs and in defense of the movement, working together daily to protect members and advance rights through strategic litigation and advocacy. The national officials will oversee mobilization efforts, will promote Pan-Africanism, are obliged to appraise and evaluate the movement's progress, collectively reviewing reports and metrics on a daily basis, will lead by example, embodying revolutionary values, will bear collective responsibility for crisis response. In between meetings of the NCT, the national officials will hold powers of the NCT. The NCT will be provided reports relating to decisions pursuant thereto. Roles and responsibilities of the national officials, comrades, they are stated and quite generic to other constitution. The president is responsible for all presidential responsibilities that would be similar in other organizations. You have also the responsibilities of the first deputy president on your own. You can go through that. You have the responsibilities of the second deputy president. Of all the officials, all the responsibilities have been have been listed up till we get to page. We've also listed the responsibilities of all the officials. And then the national core team, it's the sixth structure on page 85. The NCT of Mayibuye serves as a central organ of collective leadership, embodying the revolutionary spirit of unity, discipline, and unwavering commitment to the emancipation of the masses. It's the highest decision-making body in between the national conventions. So in between the national conventions, this particular fora it becomes the highest decision-making body, and it convenes its meetings once every 2 months. In between meetings of the NCT, the national officials are permitted to take decisions on urgent matters to maintain momentum and responsiveness, but then they must present comprehensive and detailed reports to the NCT when it sits upholding transparency and collective accountability. Soon after this presentation, comrades are going to be presented with such a report, an organizational report. The composition of the NCT, it's all national officials, additional members of the NCTU must not exceed 60 leaders representing different sectors, provinces, and must be gender inclusive and geographically diverse. All must belong to a committee of the NCT and must be deployed to a specific province. Later on, we are going to also take a deployment report in this particular meeting. The chairpersons and secretaries of each province will form part of the NCT. The president and secretaries of Mayibuye Women and Student Movement and the Youth Movement will form part. 4 members of the Council of Elders will form part. 4 representatives of the medics will form part. 4 representatives of Mausa will form part of the NCT. And the regional chairs of the metros throughout the country will form part of the NCT. The NCT as a collective bears the sacred duty to steer the movement towards total liberation, drawing strength from the shared dedication of its members to the revolutionary cause. Any member of the NCT who misses 2 consecutive meetings and does not respond to ground organizational work will automatically cease to be the member of the NCT. The NCT must collectively oversee the implementation of the movement's strategic objectives, whilst ensuring that all decisions reflect the will of the masses and advance the struggle of emancipation. The NCT members are not permitted to be factional or involved in factions and divisions. The NCT is responsible for fostering ideological coherence across the movement. It collectively manages the movement's resources. It must be knowledgeable and must be knowledgeably informed and aware of continuously engaging with political, economic, social developments to guide the movements effectively. They are not allowed to take advantage of lower structures, must always respect protocol. So members of the NCT, Tumelo coming from Gauteng, is not allowed to go and be involved in issues of the provincial leadership or in that particular region. The Constitution frowns upon that, and it provides the strategic guidance on policy development. The NCT is obliged to monitor and evaluate the performance of branches. The NCT must champion the integration of traditional, royal, and religious leadership by consulting collectively to honor cultural heritage while aligning it with progressive revolutionary goals. We have a structure, comrade, called Chaplaincy. The Chaplaincy is led by the Chaplain General. The Chaplaincy is mandated to lead and coordinate the religious desk of the movement. The role of the Chaplaincy is to provide spiritual guidance and counseling to members. The Chaplaincy must ensure that all provincial, regional, and sub-regional leaderships of Mayibuye have a chaplain, Murudi, who is organizing a function at church tomorrow. The chaplaincy must develop internal protocols for internal funerals. So we will develop protocols to guide internal funerals as a movement, and the chaplaincy will be responsible for that, for developing such interventions. It is responsible for organizing and leading religious services. The chaplaincy must organize an annual National Day of Prayer by different religious groups and formations, essentially by all the chaplains of Africa Mayibuye movement. The chaplaincy offers pastoral care during times of crisis. It promotes ethical and moral standards. It facilitates interfaith dialogue and collaboration, provides training and resources for spiritual development, monitors and addresses spiritual well-being. We also, comrades, have the National Secretariat. The National Secretariat, as the 8th structure, serves as, the Secretary General serves as its convener. The organizer serves as its coordinator. We have listed members of the National Secretariat as the SG, Head of Secretary General's Office, Deputy Secretary General's, National Organizer, Deputy National Organizer, the heads as listed there, and the Secretary Generals of the Women's Movement, the Youth Movement, and the Student Movement. It's an implementation and coordination body of Africa Mayibuye, responsible for the implementation of all the programs and activities in the movement. It also is primarily responsible for the implementation of the programs, events, and activities of the organization. It coordinates day-to-day administrative affairs, managing routine operations. It oversees the well-being of and maintenance of the organizational assets, including physical resources, financial holdings, intellectual property, to safeguard long-term sustainability and operational integrity. Handles secretarial functions such as documentation, record keeping, correspondence, ensuring accurate and timely management of information which flows within the organization. Supervises functioning of various departments and branches. It manages personnel matters including HR and the development of the human resources and the performance management of the human resources. It also organizes and facilitates meetings, conferences, gatherings such as this one, and ensuring that they are effectively planned and executed in advance for strategic discussion and unity. Monitors compliance with policies and programs, facilitates communication between the leadership and grassroots structures, prepares reports, analysis, and strategic documents, supporting informed decision making by President and the National Core Team. It also coordinates the external stakeholders and partners. Comrades, we have as a 9th structure. This section is the longest, and once we are done with this, we are done. So the 9th structure is the Provincial Convention. The Provincial Convention is the highest decision-making body of Africa Mayibuye at a provincial level and serves as a platform for strategic reflection, accountability, policy alignment, and organizational renewal. It meets every 4 years, reviews and discusses provincial implementation of the movement's policies, assesses the performance of both collective and individual leadership at provincial, regional, and sub-regional level, evaluates the implementation of the decisions taken by the convention and the national officials. It deliberates on any matters affecting the organization's health, strategic direction, and community engagement. The roles and functions of the provincial convention: it receives and deliberates on and adopts comprehensive political reports, organizational reports, and financial reports presented by the core team. It also discusses, amends, and proposes new provincial policies. It assesses the effectiveness and composition of and functionality of the provincial and regional structures, making recommendations to ensure grassroots mobilization, movement building, and administrative efficiency. It holds the leadership accountable, the provincial leadership accountable for mandates, conduct, and conduct performance assessments, and where necessary, and with approval from national office, initiate processes for redeployment, replacement, and restructuring of the leadership collective. It affirms and institutionalizes the movement's values. It evaluates and impacts provincial programs and campaigns, proposes updates to propose updates, improvement to the provincial application of movement's constitution, to provide a platform for robust political education, advises on and where necessary endorse measure deployments and appointments in the province, provides space for resolving any internal conflict. The delegation and composition of the provincial convention, it shall be determined by the national officials in consultation with the PCT, and the following are the minimum requirements. All regions of that particular province must be represented. 90% of the convention must be from the fully established and legitimate branches. All sub-regional leadership teams, local municipalities must be represented. 50% of the attendance of the attendees must be women. Comrades, we will go through the outcomes and reporting mechanisms of the provinces. The provincial core team is the highest decision-making body in the province, subject to the ideological, political, and organizational guidance of the NCT. Its composition is the officials, all the officials plus 30 additional members. The provincial core team officials are the chairperson, the two deputy chairpersons, the provincial secretary, the two deputy provincial secretaries, the treasurer, the deputy treasurer, the organizer, the deputy organizer, the chaplain, and the 30 additional members that have been spelled out above. The chairpersons and secretaries of the regions are part of the PCT. Mayibuye Women's Movement, their secretaries and chairpersons are part. The youth, the student movements are all ex-officio members of the PCT. Shall constitute its provincial working committee, meaning that along the lines of the national officials, the PCT will also have its provincial working committee. And the roles and functions of the PCT are stated from A to W. The limitations, the PCT is not permitted to commit to any short, medium, or long-term contractual or bidding and binding agreements without the approval of the national office. So as the PCT, you can't go and hire an office in the name of Mayibuye, or go hire staff and put them in your payroll without the approval, or buy cars on loan, and all those particular things. You are not permitted. You are not permitted to enter into bilateral agreements with external parties or stakeholders without the approval of the national office. You are not permitted to dissolve branches or subordinate structures unilaterally. You are not permitted as a PCT to institute disciplinary proceedings, as this remains the exclusive mandate of the National Disciplinary Office. The working committee that the PCT must convene, comrades, its responsibilities are spelled from A to J. Roles and responsibilities of the officials. The provincial chairperson will have the responsibilities covered until their turn. The first deputy chairperson, we have all the responsibilities there. Commissar Sosko, your roles are covered in 9.9.4. The first deputy secretary, all the responsibilities, basically all the officials' responsibilities, comrades, are covered until you get to page 116. We are very close. The provincial secretariat, Mutandis will apply. Mutanti will apply. That will have more or less the very same people that are in the national secretariat. You have the officials and you have your head of the provincial chairperson's office. You have the secretary of the Women's League. You have the secretary of the Youth League at a provincial level. The responsibilities are also spelled out and they are not different from the responsibilities at a national level. Regional convention. The regional convention is the highest decision-making body authority of Mayibuye movement at a district region level. It serves as a core forum for evaluating and redefining regional strategies, ensuring accountability and aligning grassroots implementation with national and provincial directives. The responsibilities of the convention at a regional level include that they will meet every 3 years with the primary responsibility to receive and interrogate reports, recommend updates to the movement's policies and practices, promote alignment between grassroots structures and broader movement, reinvigorate local activism, facilitate leadership review, launch and endorse regional campaigns. The delegation also of the regional convention, all branch leadership structures within the region, branch chairperson and secretaries are required as primary delegates. Sub-regional officials must be included in coordinating and reporting for coordinating and reporting purposes. And 50% of the delegation shall be women. Outcomes and reports, you can go through that on your own, comrades. The RCT is the highest decision-making body at the regional level. It's demarcated according to district or metropolitan municipality. Its composition is the officials and the 20 additional members who should come from diverse regions, meaning that you must apply geographical spread when you have your additional members of the RCT. The RCT's officials are the chairperson, the deputy chairperson. We don't have the second deputy chairperson. The regional secretary, the deputy secretary, we don't have the second one. The treasurer, the deputy treasurer, organizer, deputy organizer, chaplain, and 20 additional members. The chairpersons and secretaries of sub-regions, those of the women's movement, the youth movement, the student movement, will serve as ex-officios. The RCT also will be tasked with establishing or constituting its own regional working committee in the same lines as the PCT's working committee, in the same lines as the national officials. Roles and functions of the RCT, you can go through those particular roles, comrades. The responsibilities of the officials are spelled out clearly on 10.7, and 10.7.1 speaks to the responsibilities of the regional chairperson, the responsibilities of the regional deputy chairperson, regional secretary, and all the responsibilities of the officials have been stated. And on page 133 on my document, 10.8, regional secretariat. So you'll also have a regional secretariat at a regional level. Members of the secretariat are more or less the same as those of the province and national, and will include the Women's League, the Youth League, interfaith and traditional movements. The mandates and responsibilities have been stated clearly. The Subregional Convention of Africa Mayibuye serves as a coordination and reflection platform of the movement at a subregional level. It meets every 2 years to reflect on the implementation of regional and provincial resolutions, evaluate the performance of both as a collective and individual leaders, reassess policy prioritization, provide an open platform for deliberations, strengthen political unity. The roles and responsibilities of the Subregional Convention are also outlined. We also have an SRCT. The SRCT, which is a sub-regional core team, shall be the coordinating structure between the branch and the region, and subject to ideological, political, and organizational guidance of the region, provincial, and ultimately regional core team. It will constitute of officials and 20 additional members. The officials are the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, the secretary, the deputy secretary, treasurer, deputy treasurer, organizer, deputy organizer, chaplain, and the 20 additional members aforementioned. The delegation to the RCT will also include chairpersons and secretaries of women's movement at a sub-regional level, the youth movement, the student movement, and all shall be ex-officio members of the SRCT. The roles of the SRCT are spelled clearly, comrades, and then which brings us to and the responsibilities of each office bearer. Now, on 12, we speak to what is a Mayibuye branch. The definition of a Mayibuye branch is a basic organizational unit of the movement. It anchors the movement in communities, workplaces, institutions, and voting districts. A branch is where members live, work, study, and organize, serving the primary vehicle through which the movement engages directly with the people and advances its political, social, and economic programs. The President explained earlier on that we have 3 forms of a branch. The first branch would be the VD branch. So the VD branch is established at a VD level with a minimum of 50 paid up members, and it shall be led by the VD core team of 15 people, of 15 members, comprising the top 5 and 10 additional members. The other type of a branch would be the ward branch. The ward branch is established at a ward level with a minimum of 200 paid up members and shall be led by the BCT, composed of 10 officials and 2 additional members and 4 representatives from VD structures, ensuring gender balance and equitable representation. We also, comrades, have made provisions for institutional branches. So institutional branches are established within major workplaces, in your mines, for instance, in your institutions of higher learning, in your huge factories, in government departments, in farms, in malls, in hospitals where there are quarters, and you have people that stay there permanently, in municipal offices, in higher education institutions, in correctional facilities. So in the correctional facilities, we can establish special branches, institutional branches, I beg your pardon, hostels, large estates, apartment complexes. Institutional branches shall belong to their respective ward branches and report through the sub-regional structure. Each member of the movement shall be counted once and belong to a single branch. So the first type of branch will cater for rural provinces, and the second type usually will cater for urban provinces, where there could be a distance, for instance, to get to the next ward. So advisably, you will need to establish a VD branch. Objectives of the branch is to be the living expression of the movement, to recruit and organize and induct members into the movement, to mobilize the community around the local struggles such as jobs, service delivery, housing, land, education, and healthcare, to implement the political line of the movement as guided by the manifesto, the constitution, and directives of higher structures, to promote unity, discipline, and political education among members, to serve as the first point of solidarity, to build alliances with local structures. Functions of the branch, comrades, are also explained, and the guidelines for functions and roles of the branch are explained. And on 12.5 are guidelines for recruitment and reporting. Recruitment shall be coordinated by a branch secretary and ward VD organizers. All membership forms shall be captured and verified by the branch secretary and treasurer, then submitted to the sub-region for consolidation into the national system. Recruiters shall prioritize inclusivity, ensuring branches reflect gender balance, generational mix, and representation of different social sectors. Recruitment shall be carried out through 1. Door-to-door campaigns. 2. Institutional outreach in schools, universities, and workplaces. 3. Visibility programs at taxi ranks, malls, churches, funerals, and cultural events. 4. Political education sessions, social assistance programs, and solidarity campaigns. Accountability and discipline. Branch leaders are accountable to their members and higher structures. Any branch member or leader who misses 3 consecutive meetings without a valid reason shall forfeit the position of that structure. Branches that fail to meet constitutional requirements, including minimum members or regular meetings, may be reconstituted or dissolved by the higher structure. Comrades, on 13, the structure is branch convention. And the branch convention is a primary decision-making forum at a branch level. It reviews implementation of policies, it assesses performance, it evaluates progress in community mobilization, facilitates grassroots-led policy input and participatory planning, reaffirm or amend local operational strategies, meets every 2 years. The composition of delegation is determined by the national officials. All elected branch leadership or officials, branch court team, and voting district leaders, all registered and verified members of the branch in good standing, who shall have full speaking rights. So this is the composition, comrades, of and delegation of the branch convention. It will also involve guest observers who may attend at the discretion of the national officials, branch leadership, but shall not exceed 10% of the total number of voting members and may not vote. Democratic elections. The branch convention shall conclude with the democratic election of the new branch leadership, which includes the branch core team and associated position. This process must be conducted as follows. Only members in good standing shall be eligible to vote. So at a branch level, comrades, we are going to have participatory democracy, popular democracy, that will directly elect the leadership of the branch. The entire branch leadership structure shall be elected through a transparent, free and fair voting process presided over by the neutral electoral committee. Gender parity and community representation must be observed. The term of office of the branch leadership is 2 years. Convening authority, the branch convention is convened by the sitting branch secretary in agreement with the chairperson. Proper notice of the convention, including the agenda and nomination procedures, must be issued at least 30 days prior to the meeting. The sub-regional and regional structures must be informed and may assign observers to monitor and support the electoral and deliberative purposes. In terms of decision making, the branch convention shall hold the authority to pass resolutions related to the local implementation of Mayibuye policies, recommend amendments to the regional, national policy for consideration, elect and recall branch leadership in accordance with democratic principles and organizational guidelines, initiate or conclude local programs and campaigns. The core team, the branch should be deemed to be legitimate if it has a minimum of 200 fully verified and audited members. Each BCT holds a 2-year term and comprises of 10 elected officials and 15 voting district-based members adjustable by national officials. The BCT meets weekly, while a monthly open branch meeting is held for all community members. Through these regular structures, the BCT acts as the first point of contact for community issues. The composition of the RCT includes of the BCT. The composition of the BCT will include the officials plus 20 additional members. The roles have also been stated. 14, the voting district court team with its roles and functions to drive door-to-door mobilization, community meetings, targeted outreach to grow the movement's presence, identify community influencers, activists, and sectoral leaders to integrate into the party work, recruit new members and maintain an updated local membership list for submission to the BCT, coordinate the identification, training and development of party agents, assist the BCT in overseeing local voter registration, monitor IEC processes and act as a frontline structure for election defense and observation, identify service delivery backlogs and engage with local stakeholders to escalate issues to the BCT, monitor the performance of local government structures and feed updates to the branch war room, work with the BCT's specialized committees to direct support to the district, track, document socio-economic challenges, submit monthly activity reports, monitor gatekeeping and exclusion, assist in the implementation of BCT-aligned programs, disseminate organizational literature, serve as a conduit for BCT, participate in a branch war room by submitting community intelligence, support the establishment of local subcommittees where necessary, hold weekly VDCT meetings, ensure submission of progress reports. Roles and responsibilities, again, comrades, and the responsibilities of each of the officials at the VD level have been spelled out. On 15, the general provision to this constitution is that Mayibuye is established as a juristic person with perpetual succession, legal entity separate from its members, the authority to acquire, own, lease, manage, and dispose of movable and immovable property, has a capacity to enter into contracts at an official, national officials level, the capacity to enter into contracts and assume legal obligation in its own name, the right to sue and be sued independently, power to protect its objectives, its members, its assets, and public image, has an authority to engage in lawful actions that advance its revolutionary goals, also has an ability to conduct socio-political campaigns, advocacy, and mobilization, freedom to participate in transformative governance and community programs. The amendment to this constitution shall be passed as a resolution of the National Convention or as a resolution passed by the national officials acting collectively and subsequently ratified by the Special National Convention. Any member or structure attending to or intending to propose an amendment must submit a written notice of intent to the SG no less than 3 months before the convention. The National Core Team through the Secretariat must circulate proposed amendments at least one month prior to the convention to ensure that provincial, regional and sub-regional and branch structures are adequately informed and prepared to debate and respond. All amendments must be debated in line with the democratic principles of the movement and must aim to strengthen revolutionary discipline, institutional coherence, and long-term strategic objectives of the movement. On 17, Special Convention, the national officials, in consultation with the NCT, may convene a special convention at any time, but not before the first 7 years of the founding NCT either, at its own discretion or upon formal request from the President stating the purpose of the convention. The minimum notice period of 3 months shall be observed before a special convention is held. Delegates to the special convention shall be determined by the national officials in consultation with the National Core Team in a manner that ensures proportional representation of branches based on membership size, upholds inclusivity and democratic participation from all provinces and sub-regions. The contractual authority, it's tautology. 19, the borrowing authority. The national officials shall have the sole authority to secure loans or financing from reputable institutions or parties, determine the terms and conditions of such borrowing, use movement assets as collateral where necessary, renegotiate or alter such financial agreements in line with the best interests of the movement. The appointment and authority of the PCTs and RCTs. The appointment of the PCTs and RCTs shall rest solely with the national officials of the Africa Mayibuye movement. All such appointments must be formally recorded and signed by the President. Once a decision on the appointment or removal of the structure has been taken by the national official, that decision shall be final and binding. There shall never be unilateral appointments or removals of structures. All decisions must be taken collectively by the national officials, ensuring that the entire leadership collective is informed and in agreement. The acceptance of a leadership responsibility carries obligations and legitimate expectation of service. Leaders are expected to fulfill assigned tasks diligently and in line with the movement's mandate. Uphold discipline, accountability, and unity at all times. Implement programs of the movement and provide regular reports. Where there is failure to deliver on responsibilities, the incumbent shall be reassigned or redeployed in line with organizational needs. The PCT shall not have the authority to appoint or remove. The appointment of leaders of fraternal structures, including the women movement and the youth movement at provincial and regional levels, must be approved by the national officials of these structures in consultation with the relevant provincial leadership. Comrades, let's continue on section 10, the Code of Conduct. The Code of Conduct, the purpose is it stands as an ethical foundation and operational compass of the movement, which embodies the principles of revolutionary discipline, social justice, and transformative leadership. It sets the behavioral, political, and ideological expectations of every member. Leader within the movement. from the highest national structures to the most localized grassroots forum. This code is binding on all individual members, whether ordinary members or those in leadership. All organizational structures, including national, provincial, regional, sub-regional, branch, and voting district, binding to them. All affiliate entities such as youth, women, veterans, and students, binding. All deployees, contractors, volunteers, representatives, and operating in the name of the movement, it is binding. Objectives of the code is to safeguard the integrity of the movement and its mission, to promote a culture of political discipline, ideological commitment, and ethical conduct, to foster internal cohesion, public trust by holding all members to consistent standard, to prevent and address behaviors that could compromise the movement's revolutionary program or its standing in society, to ensure that all actions of members are in line with foundational values of the Pan-Africanism, anti-imperialism, economic justice, and people-centered development. The guiding principles: all members of Africa Mayibuye movement are expected to conduct themselves in ways that reflect the movement revolutionary character, commitment to social transformation, and moral vision of the society. Members and leaders shall uphold the Constitution, promote unity and revolutionary discipline, demonstrate humility and public service, act with integrity and political maturity, remain loyal to the movement by defending its decisions and perspectives, respect democratic centralism by participating actively in discussions and internal debate, lead by example through being punctual, accountable, ethical in behavior, protect the image of the movement by speaking and acting in ways that reflect positively on the movement, reject corruption and exploitation by not soliciting bribes, abuse their positions for personal enrichment, or exploit those more vulnerable, especially women, youth, and the elderly. Embrace continuous development by committing to regular political education, ideological growth, and skills development. Leadership conduct standards. The leaders carry the honor and burden of representing the movement they must exercise a higher level of discipline and strategic clarity. The following principles and standards are mandatory. 1. Servant leadership. 2. No gatekeeping. Leaders must disclose conflict of interest and abstain from decisions that benefit themselves. Leaders must provide regular reporting, attendance of meetings, and delivery on assigned mandates. All leaders must be periodically evaluated and on political performance and ethical compliance. Leaders are discouraged from job hopping, exploiting the movement for career advancement, or abandoning posts during hardship. Leaders must communicate professionally, uphold confidentiality, and act with courtesy across all platforms. Every leader must mentor at least one younger cadre to ensure generational succession. Section 11, Disciplinary Structures of Africa Mayibuye. The disciplinary structures of Africa Mayibuye shall be the National Disciplinary Committee, the National Disciplinary Committee of Appeals, the National Prosecutor. There shall be one central disciplinary structure at a national level. All other structures below will not have a disciplinary structure. The Deputy President of Mayibuye shall serve as the chairperson of the NDC with the authority to delegate duties to any other NDC member when necessary. The National Core Team shall appoint a minimum of 8 members to serve in the NDC. Any disciplinary outcomes recommending suspension, cancellation of membership, or expulsion shall be submitted to the NDC chairperson, who will then present them to the national officials for adoption. The NDC reports and outcomes involving lesser sanctions must be adopted by a sitting of at least 6 members of the NDC. The NDC shall be the final authority on the interpretation and application of the disciplinary code. Provincial, regional, sub-regional branch shall not constitute separate disciplinary committees. Disciplinary matters are centralized at national level. The national official shall appoint the national prosecutor who should represent the organization in a disciplinary matter. The national prosecutor may recommend up to 7 deputy prosecutors responsible for assisting in disciplinary cases. The National Disciplinary Committee of Appeals shall consist of national officials, excluding the president, deputy president, and SG. Appeals must be lodged within 21 calendar days following a final outcome issued by the NDC. The president of Mayibuye retains the prerogative to overrule disciplinary outcomes from both the NDC and the NDCA, should such outcomes risk compromising the unity, stability, or cohesion of the movement. The national official, upon recommendation of the SG, NDC, NDCA, may cancel membership of any member subject to the conditions outlined in Section 5 of the Constitution. Where any member of Mayibuye commits an act defined as misconduct under the Code of Conduct, any member or registered structure may lodge a complaint within 14 days of becoming aware of the offense. Complaints must be submitted to the office of the SG, Provincial Secretary, Regional, or Branch, who will refer them to the Chair of the National Disciplinary Committee for initial assessment. The written complaint must include the nature of the offense, the date, location, and the incident, the name, and the alleged offender. Upon receiving the complaint, the National Disciplinary Initiator must assess whether a disciplinary process is warranted. If so, the member concerned shall be notified and given 48 hours to provide written reason why disciplinary inquiry should not proceed. If the matter proceeds, the National Disciplinary Initiator, in consultation with the NTC, will notify the member of the date, time, venue of the disciplinary inquiry. A member summoned to appear before the NTC is permitted to be accompanied by one representative, who must be a Mayibuye member in good standing for at least 90 days prior to the date of the offense. The National Court team holds the authority to amend this Code of Conduct as necessary, provided such amendments shall not be applied retrospectively. Upon the adoption of the amendments or new provisions, shall notify structures and members. Ethical culture and enforcement. Ethics are not enforced only through rules, but through culture. The movement will institutionalize ethics through education, in political education, in sessions that will take place, which will include modules drawn from this Code of Conduct. Each structure must conduct periodic ethics reviews and performance assessments. Each provincial and regional structure must appoint a political and ethical officer. The syllabus must include scenario-based learning to build ethical consciousness and revolutionary accountability. Prohibited conduct include undermining organizational decisions, divisive and counter-revolutionary activities by organizing parallel structures, secret factions, or unauthorized lobbying groups that contradict or bypass the movement's democratic processes, the misuse of organizational resources, the abuse of power and position by using one's role or influence to intimidate, silence, marginalize, manipulate members, especially subordinates and vulnerable groups. Sexual harassment and gender-based violence, including unwanted sexual conduct, advances, coercions, verbal abuse, discriminatory behavior based on gender, sexuality, or identity. Defamation and malicious gossip through the spreading of false rumors, defaming comrades or leadership, or undermining trust and unity through baseless accusation. Digital misconduct and data leaks by sharing confidential discussions, internal documents, or member information on public platform, disrespect towards allied structures, including traditional leaders, religious groups, civil society, through public insults or acts of disregard, financial irregularities and corruption, failure to execute mandates, falsification of credentials or records, unauthorized engagement with opposing forces, unauthorized engagements with opposing forces by secretly meeting, negotiating, or collaborating with organizations or individuals hostile to the movement's ideology and objectives. Substance abuse during movement's duties by consuming or being under the influence of alcohol or illicit substances during official movement, work, gatherings, and representation. Substance abuse. Substance abuse during movement's duties by consuming or being under the influence of alcohol or illicit substances during official movement, work gatherings, and representation. Conduct bringing the organization into disrepute by any action, statement, or behavior, whether on or offline, that undermines the dignity, reputation, and public credibility of the movement. Violence and intimidation, discrimination and exclusion, neglect of recruitment and mobilization duties, gatekeeping, unauthorized representation, misconduct in alliances by undermining or violating agreements with coalition partners, affiliates, or fraternal structures. Election-related misconduct include vote buying, manipulation of candidate lists, and using Mayibuye structures for personal electoral ambitions. Neglect of political education by refusing or consistently failing to participate in restoration manifesto inductions, study groups, or ideological programs. Dereliction of branch responsibilities in subordination. Adoption and review, this code is ratified, will be ratified by the National Convention, obviously after the inputs from this particular meeting, and it shall be reviewed every 4 years. The interim amendments must be circulated to member comments and before. The glossary explaining the term used, comrades, it's on the last few pages. Will explain what Mayibuye is, national core team is, provincial officials, and so forth and so on. Comrades, thank you very much. Amandla.
Mayibuye, Africa. Mayibuye, Africa. Thank you very much, Comrade Tumelo. Comrades, we have taken 2 documents at once. There is the Africa Mayibuye Movement Constitution and the Africa Mayibuye Movement Code of Conduct. I'm now going to allow the comrades to make inputs based on those 2 documents. Anything else which is outside this document is not going to be taken. I'm going to have to exercise maximum discipline with regard to the microphone from this point of the podium. I'm noting hands this side. Number 1, the 2 doctors here. Number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Comrade Masombuka is the last one on this row.
Good afternoon once again, comrades. I took some time off work to come here, so I will give my input. So the first, I'm going to look at the last section that we've done in terms of how we put things. What I want to submit is to say that protocol is also very important within, like for example, in my case, within the RCT. Protocol as simple as how to get a program out there. How do you and how you recruit? What is the protocol to follow? So that you you are not all over the place, but you know exactly what is going on the ground, where is things happening, how was it done. And also what I like here with the Constitution is that the Constitution is power that we have in our hands as leaders. So if somebody step out of line, sometimes you don't even have to make a noise, but you can use the Bible and say, comrade, this is what you're supposed to be doing and you didn't do that. So how are we going to go forward? So that is the one part. The other part, the first, I think, is section 9 with the PMDS, the Performance Management and Development System. My submission is that if there's a template or if there's some creation of the PMDS of how we're going to go about it, that it filter from national down to the lowest level. And I think the reason why I'm saying that in 2008, I think it's 2007, 2008, I did a master's degree study on the PMDS, and I also published articles on that. So it is important, and I submit that if we have a PMDS, that we start what is ever on top must filter down to the lowest level of regional, so that we can be on the one page and singing from the same hymn song. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. The name is Cindy. So again, just a few handful of points I want to make. I didn't see a mention of the conversion, the changing of the branch structure to the electoral structure during the times of elections. So I think it must be, it should be part of it, so that when we go to elections, we know the standing of the branches. So that is one. Number two, I didn't see also the issue of coalition governments. When you go to elections and there's a stalemate, how do we enter into coalition talks with other parties? So I think it should be included there. And number three, there is mentioned there under the president's duties that the meetings are chaired by the president. So that creates a conundrum, because if the president is not there, then the meeting cannot continue. So I submit that it should say by the president or his delegated authority or official, so that the meeting can continue in the absence of the president. But in terms of the Constitution, if the president does not chair the meeting, that meeting is not legitimate and cannot continue. So let us clear that one as well. And number four, whatever the number it is, the recognition of NPC, non-profit making company. Let us also have it there, because as a party, we're going to purchase assets, we're going to purchase equipment, and I think the NPC, the relationship between the party and the NPC must come into the fore in terms of how those come about. And then I'm glad that you mentioned, you said the two were two separate documents, Chair, because I was going to suggest that we separate the two. But from what you said, those are two different documents, the Constitution and the Code of Conduct. We must also talk about, Chair, the issue of conscience versus party line, especially when we go to elections, you know. What authority do we have if I'm in the council? Do I vote in terms of my conscience, or even at National Assembly or Provincial Legislature, or do we vote according to the structure, the command from the top, which we call party line? That must also come in, I think, so that we know. On the part of the Code of Conduct, I think let us also be specific and mention unruly and disruptive behavior, because not everybody who's unruly is drunk. I don't drink myself, but I can be unruly and disruptive in meetings and conferences. So let us mention that, you know, so that people who throw people with chairs and all that. They take down the banners during conference or conventions and branch conventions. Let us also define that is unacceptable conduct, unruly and disruptive behavior. The last one is the naming convention that I want to suggest once again, Chairperson. We have the president of the youth movement, Masike. We have the president of the women, Dr. Nosi. We have the president of the student movement that we will have. We have the president of Mawusa. So we have all these presidents, and we have a president of Mayibuye. So when I come from outside and you mention these presidents, I see equals. They are presidents, all of them, they are equals. So it is my submission that the president of Mayibuye movement should be the president general. I submit.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the entire leadership led by our President. Chairperson, I only have 3 issues, Chair. In fact, the points that I want to make. The first one is under that section deals with Subregional Secretariat Office. Composition, the composition of Subregional Secretariat, Office. There they have mentioned, or we have actually mentioned, the Interfaith and Traditional League. So I'm not sure either it is consistent with our movement to refer to it as a league, since our organizations are all youth movement, women's movement like that. So if it is an organization, I suggest that we correct it and make it the movement. The second point is under roles and functions of structures, especially, I think, all structures. There I want to suggest, Chairperson, that under the roles and functions of all structures, we include and make it as a constitutional obligation to develop a program of action. All structures. I raised that point. I'm not sure either it will qualify to be part of the constitution, but I think we need to intensify in terms of ensuring that all structures are obligated to develop their program of action, and which is going to also allow the process of accountability to be handled maybe fairly, because to expect reports from structures that did not indicate what are they planning to do, when and who is responsible for those programs and what resources are needed for that program, I think it is slightly unfairly to hold structures accountable for something that they never indicated that they will do. We will end up not able to hold accountable our structures if we do not have program of action. Also, I suggest that if we can have a session like this as well, to educate about developing program of action, to deal thoroughly with that issue, because maybe we can have different understanding when we talk about program of action. To have such session, I think, will allow us to have one understanding and one formula toward it. The last point is about reporting lines. I think that is also related to the document that we dealt with, but it is also in the Constitution, which deals with the reporting lines. This raised a concern, especially, Chair, when we began with this session, just that during that period, it was not. Yes. So the reporting lines, especially, I think it must be clear, even the reportings of absence, that who do you report to when you are absent, to avoid a situation where we have many people reported, yet maybe it was not reported correctly or to the correct office. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the national officials led by the President. Chair, I only have 3 input. One will be on the delegation to the convention. So the Constitution as presented read that 50% of the delegation shall be female. I think we might maybe need to revise it into saying a minimum of 50% delegation should be female, meaning we can have more than 50%. At this stand, it only says we must only have 50%. But secondly, Chair, is just a correction in page 171, where we referred to the NCT as the National Consultation Forum instead of the National Core Team. The last one, Chair, is on the Code of Conduct. I think it is going to be very important, Chair, that once an alleged offender is charged with any misconduct, there should be a stipulated time frame in terms of by when should the disciplinary proceedings be concluded. And in this case, I suggest, Chair, that we say all cases should be concluded within 90 days of the alleged offender being charged. So once we charge an offender, we give it 3 months or 90 days to make sure that that case is closed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mnikelo Siwisa, Provincial Chairperson, Eastern Cape. First point, I would just want to probably let's appreciate the Constitution as it's going to assist us in terms of our functionality as structures, because sometimes you'll find that there were contradictions and confusing understanding on how should we perform our duties. From now on, I think we'll be better off in understanding what to be done. Secondly, Chair, will be probably a proposal that when the Constitution is finalized and adopted, can it be translated into our indigenous Aboriginal languages so that it can be able to resonate with our people on the ground? I understand English is an international lingua franca sometimes, which is mistakenly utilized or perceived as a tool for one being an intellect, whereas sometimes it deprives our ordinary people in understanding what the Constitution of Mayibuye, which will bring that distinctiveness in terms of our movement when it talks to everyone. Lastly, Chair, I'm not sure where should this be placed, but if I were to propose that probably this a tool must be developed in terms of us as assessment tool for the performance of leaders from various structural structures of the organization, probably the office of the SG, to assist in terms of how do we do that particular work of assessing our performances? Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chair. Hoping that the Constitution for now will remain a living document. I just wanted to make two minor suggestions. There's a subsection D there in the responsibilities of the President. I think that maybe let that be rephrased or a bit clarified on the appointment of structures, because I think it operates or it becomes operable under circumstances where there are no structures. The other thing that I noticed, I am not too sure, I've just tried to scour the document. It does, the word quorum is mentioned twice, né? But what an actual quorum is not actually mentioned. I may be right or wrong there, but I would also suggest that on that basis, we allow it to remain a living document in order for us to work together to tighten up certain areas. The last of these that I want to point out for now is amongst the responsibilities of the Secretary General, the presentation of the organizational report. It's not included there. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, National Chair. This is Comrade Kwavu from the Eastern Cape. Just quickly, I think I've got about 3 or 4 points. The first one would be perhaps borrowed from Antonio Gramsci, which talks about cultural hegemony, because we are in a very complex organization whereby there's Mawusa, there's Mayibuye medics, and other bodies. So I think it would be empirical that we have some sort of theory that binds those organizations together, so that whenever there would be difficulties in some issues, we would reflect on those theories. The second point that I want to make is perhaps if we could reimagine our organization in a sense that we never talk a lot about new terminologies in an organization, because, for instance, VDs, we could say that VDs are the roots of an organization. So the roots comprise of traditional leaders, civic organizations, and other bodies that would then create that particular branch. So those are some of the submissions that I want to make, Comrade Chair. And perhaps that would also assist in membership being a dangling carrot for leadership positions. Because if we just recruit, people are always tempted to assimilate into leadership positions. So having different sectors in recruitment, when we are saying that we are going to launch a branch, there must be different sectors that would assist a lot. Reflecting on the consultation as well, that what were the leadership principles that were there? It was young people, it was professionals, it was traditional leaders. So let us not forget that memory where we come from and integrate it in our constitution as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the leadership and to the incoming president of the country. Mine is on. My name is Charles Masombuga from Mpumalanga, Nkangala region, Steve Chwete sub-region. Mine is on membership, Chair. We'll remember that we crisscrossed the country consulting, asking people and leaders of the societies whether we should open a church or a political party, and they agreed that we must open a political party. There's one sector or one community that maybe was overlooked at some point to be consulted, maybe because of their doings also in society. In South Africa, we have 235 prisons where we have members of our societies and potential voters as well. And we have 245 sub-regions or municipalities, 8 metros, and so forth. So now, the prisons that we have that are harboring our brothers and sisters who are there because of whatever that they have done, and they are prepared to be corrected and become better members of the society. All those people are still members of our societies and are people who are eligible also to vote. I'm seated here, Chair, next to one comrade Temba, whom alone can convene all those 335 prisons. We know him because of what he is doing also outside Mayibuye in his podcast, speaking to our brothers and sisters who are from those buildings. It is my appeal then to my fellow leaders there that can we at some point maybe consider a program to go and consult now, not to ask them if we should open a political party, but to consult them and tell them that an alternative that will help them not to go back to prison again has been formed, which is in Mayibuye. Khosimampur alone has over 7,000 inmates. 7,000 inmates translated into PR votes. We are talking about 7 to 8, even 9 seats in Tshwane. In Polsmo, we have 8,000 inmates as well. So if we can calculate those numbers as we wrap it up, yes, it is important that we also consider those comrades who are behind those walls, because they are still our people and they will come back and seek solutions from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question is in relation with the powers of the President vis-à-vis the powers of the National Convention. I saw on the Constitution that there is a clause which I found it to be very important, and I'm comfortable with it, I must say up front, that the President has the power to overrule the decision of the National Disciplinary Committee. Now, I want us to get an explanation, or we should all of us explain the powers of the National Convention, because if the National Convention has the power to adopt the Constitution, it then also means that it also has the power to reject the adoption of to reject the Constitution and the decision of the organization prior to the National Convention. So I want us to explain that one. I'm not going to explain that. I know we have said before that we must bring answers, but unfortunately in this instance it's difficult to give that answer alone. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Greetings, leadership. Mine it's a question of clarity on an institutional branch, and I'll give hypnotic on it. You find the youth league, or you find a student movement in an institution, and they've got their own organization. And student, because young people are agitated to come and have influence to the mother body. I know they'll come up and say we must swell the ranks of the mother body because we are the future. Do we allow that? Can a Mayibuye branch exist in conjunction with in conjunction with the student movement? Thanks.
My name is Mweti Bila. Firstly, I would like to thank the drafters of the Constitution. Yeah, I've said it already. I said I'm Mweti Bila. First of all, I would like to thank the drafters of the Constitution and the Code of Conduct. It lays the foundation for our organization to deal with issues of governance and complying with those core values and principles which we highlighted throughout since yesterday. I will comment only on, how you have dealt with the issue of, the NCT as the highest decision-making body. Experience is the greatest teacher. I know this used to, somewhere, it used to be a problem, and I would like to say thank you. It is so it's coined so perfectly that it shows the role of, the NCT versus the role of the national officials, and how the whole NCT as a team will be respected in terms of the submission of the comprehensive report. So it's quite very, exciting. But on NCT, again, based on the experience, just for this short period, whilst we were doing the consultations in provinces, I will maybe share a little bit in terms of where I was, allocated or deployed. As NCTs, I think because, members were selected randomly, we have seen that some, they have never attended, the NCT meetings or all these meetings that we had. And I don't know whether they are aware, because I remember we took it upon ourselves and checked as to whether they are aware, and they indicated, no, I don't want to be there. So I'm saying, can we come up with, maybe some, not a template, but maybe a plan in terms of how do we select, these, members, so that they assist in terms of the implementation of the organization core strategy, because I see a lot of work that will be expected. Let me just stop there. Thank you.
Okay, sanibonani nonke. Igama lami nguzoleka Malifane from Sidibeng region in Midval. I noticed a constitution, there is where we say women's league, there is where we say women's movement. Can we please correct that one? Thank you.
Greetings, leadership. Usibongile Majabe Msomi from Gauteng Province, the PCT. And in our constitution, I see there is no mention of the deployment, the duties, rules, how the deployees operate. In Gauteng, we already have a document that exists that talk about that. I was hoping that I'll see it here in the constitution just to make sure that it's in line with the organization. Thank you.
Molweni nonke igama uThabang Magele, Gauteng, location Soweto. Chair, due to high level of unemployment, we've got comrades who are working for companies that are owned by our ideological opponents. What do we do about them? Ngiyabonga. Ngibone ku code of conduct.
Greetings, Chair. My name is Lungile Mela, and sorry. Greetings, Chair, and to leaders. My name is Lungile Mela, and I am part of the youth structure. I am just standing to make a request, really. I was looking at the composition of the NCT, and I did notice that the women, youth, and students movement was just quickly put into 1 point, and only 2 delegates are represented within the NCT. So I just wanted to request for 4 seats as well from the various structures. I submit.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Wachile Lebesi from the Free State. I was hoping that somebody was going to raise this and I don't have to talk. Chair, we first have to commend, I believe I have to say, National Working Committee for this wonderful work, producing these documents. It should probably have been very difficult with the timelines that this was produced in. And I want to talk directly to the issue of discipline. I believe that it was well thought and with good intentions, but Chair, the issue of only having a disciplinary committee at national may have unplanned and unwanted consequences, because I'm saying this because if you look at the entire country, we probably having about 4,000 wards. Now, as a National Disciplinary Committee having to deal with issues all over the place may end up having a backlog that is not going to be good for the progress of the organization, because the issue of discipline is a very sensitive matter that can make or break the progress of the organization. I want to make a submission that the disciplinary committees should also be formed at the provincial level and at the regional level. Of course, where it entails expulsion, maybe we may say that the National Disciplinary Committee will have the prerogative to review outcomes of those particular levels, such that we minimize maybe the risk that had been seen by leadership that it may be abused by those levels. But unfortunately, leadership that does not have teeth is going to be. Already we have name droppings. I can write a book bigger than the documents that we have seen here through the name dropping. So my submission is that there should be provincial disciplinary committees. There should also be regional disciplinary committees, of course, with limited powers. I submit.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, leadership. My name is Daniel Tatu, Francis Bart, Region, Pokwane, Woten, Subregion, Provincial spokesperson of the Northern Cape. I noticed in the Constitution that at the national structure, provincial structures, and regional structures, all offices and portfolios are covered and they are explained. But what is the composition with regards to the 30 additional members of the PCT? What happens to those portfolios there? What do we call the office bearers as such? That's number one. Number two is that should in 2029 the province get 10 seats in the Northern Cape legislature, my question there, Chair, is there any policy or document or guideline that would guide us with regards to who goes first into those positions with regards to the deployments when we get to that. I did not see that in the constitution. Thank you. Mine would be that. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, leaders. All protocols observed. My name is Abdul Valodia. I'm from KZN, Ward 31. Chair, I actually like to know, and also a solution. We're actually running, the main game that we're going to look is the local elections that's coming up. And my main concern, when I look at all the regions and I look at the branches, I want to know regarding the selections of the members that we're looking at. How are we selecting these members to bring in the organization onto the branches and the regions? Being a PCT member, I myself, I can speak for my region. I haven't seen how members were selected regarding their CVs. Because tomorrow we don't want to be standing with Africa Mayibuye and we have people that's on the ground and we might be called Dololos. I learned this new word from Gwede Mantash, where he addressed the 4,000 members calling them Dololos. So we don't want to be recognizing this name. And I think it's very important for us to make sure that when we have a selection, the selection must be done in a proper way where CVs are presented, and it must be caucus among NCT members or even the structures to make sure that these members are all what we can select to, what we put it. Thank you.
Kilabo leadership. My name is Stefan Mutiti from Ward 10, Kwasat in Fezile Dabi municipality in the Free State. Negereki yetse ntshonyana tse ntlatse pedi tse tharonyana. Ya pedi ke Council of Elders. We are told about Council of Elders what they are going to do, but we don't know the composition. Maybe if the composition can be added, and then the other structures like your PCT, RCT, BCT, and okay, the structures on the constitution, they don't correspond with those on the on the manifesto. I think if they can correspond. For example, if you look at the BCT on the manifesto, it says 15 leaders, and on the constitution it says 10 plus 2, 10 officials and 2 additionals. And lastly, on page 138 of the Constitution, there is a misplaced, a paragraph. It is paragraph C under the SRCT. It speaks about the RCT while it is under the SRCT. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Let me greet also the President and also the leadership at large. My name is Mtobeli. I'm based here at the city of Johannesburg. I'm coming from Eastern Cape. That is my home. I think that I want just to give submission in terms of program of actions, especially quick training. I think that we don't need to forget it force, especially through what they call political ideology. I think on that we need those people who are going to do it. They must make sure that at least people they are educated in terms of political ideology. That is my submission. Thank you.
Changing batteries.
microphone to the Comrade President to make reflections. Comrade President.
Mayibuye, yeah, Africa. No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to all the members of the NCT and of the PCTs and RCTs that have got to reflect on this otherwise working document. I think the understanding that we have established, all of us, is that it is going to be a binding document now, including the code of conduct. So once we have adopted it, once we have adopted the constitution, we will have the collective authority to guide all of us. That is after we've adopted it. But adopting it doesn't mean that we cannot continuously review the document. So even in the lead up to the national convention, we must still enrich it and make sure that some of the aspects that are there are revised. We cannot work without a foundational perspective and document that guides our behavior and how we deal with certain issues. So once we have adopted it as this extended national core team, even when we release the final version, it must state that as adopted by the national core team, the extended national core team, and it then becomes applicable. Now, the few issues that we have to deal with, I think in these formative stages, it's safe to have a single disciplinary committee at a national level. If you devolve it or decentralize it to regions and provinces, you will go to a province and you will find more than half the membership expelled or suspended. And it's not fiction. You know, in the other organization, when I was national organizer before I was the Secretary General, I once went to Polokwane to convene members of that other organization there. And the guy, the comrade who was a convener of the province there, had expelled more than 200 members. And the list of people who were expelled when they were, I think Comrade Daphne was there. He was part of that leadership. Of those that were expelled, there were school principals and like prominent community leaders. Without mandate there, I just said that all those expulsions are expelled. All those members are reinstated, all of them. Because I realized, and when we ask the comrade, where do you get the powers to expel people like that? He says, no. I saw that the president on top has got powers to remove people, so I was doing the same thing. As well here. I was just applying a principle. So, let the organization gain the necessary strength and have the necessary systems in place, then we will be able to devolve the disciplinary powers to all the structures. For now, the Constitution and Code of Conduct says if there is violation of the Code of Conduct and the Constitution, all what members and structures can do is to lodge the complaint, and then that the National Prosecution's Office should be able to immediately attend to all the complaints that come from the lower structures. And it will not be very difficult to deal with disciplinary issues in this intervening period, because at least for now, the leadership is still permitted to cancel membership of members without a long process. If some of the violations are way clear that this is just the entire disrespect of the organization, disruption of meetings, usage of unacceptable language, and there's prima facie evidence that this comrade has misbehaved, there won't be any need to constitute a disciplinary committee. We'll just write a letter after collective discussion that you are no longer a member of Africa Mayibuye movement, and then we move on without having to deal with the difficulties. That way, we will be able to nip in the bud wrong practices and tendencies. The difficulty, comrades, is that once the organization is fully fledged and established, you can have a violation of the constitution and organizational principles, and disciplinary processes take forever. You know, we can give you multiple examples of where violations, sometimes even extreme violations, would occur, and then the comrades always submit doctor's letters on the day of the DC and signed by a doctor. And you are not a doctor, you don't have mechanism to say, but you are not sick. And then they will drag you for many months, and with prima facie wrongdoing that has been committed in terms of the issues. I think that if the leadership agrees, we can agree on the 4 fraternal representation per movement structure, like youth, students, and women in the NCT, so that there is higher participation. And the other issue, I think the other issues is where there is a mention of a leak. I think the principle that was agreed upon was that it's a youth movement, student movement, and women's movement. There was a proposal that we must move away from the leaks. We don't have a problem. If that is the understanding, it can be captured in that way. And everywhere where gender balanced is mentioned, it must say minimum of 50% female representation. So a delegation, a conference, a structure can have more females but cannot have more males. In any way, in South Africa, the larger number of people in South Africa are females. So if you constitute a structure which has got females as minority, that structure is not democratic, is not a reflection of society as a whole. So each and every leadership structure of Africa Mayibuye, each and every gathering or delegation of Africa Mayibuye must have a minimum of 50% female representation, so that females play a central role in leadership responsibilities. And another issue which we picked up in the province, where we started with the political induction, is that by all means possible, if the province is going to appoint regional chairpersons and secretaries or recommend such, it can always be males, the two of them. So the province which we want to do induction at first, I don't want to mention by name, Comrade Mike Mater, and I purposefully said, when they introduce the regional chairs and secretaries, they must call them in front. And it was unfortunately males only. And we can't have that. So if the regional chair, because it's us who are designating the rules, if the regional chair is male, at least the regional secretary must be female. And vice versa. We must never have a situation, because that also disrupts the gender balance in structures, because the regional chairpersons and secretaries will sit in the provincial core team. So if you have got 11 regions in KwaZulu-Natal and then you are doing males for regional chairs and secretaries, it means you have added 22 males into the PCT. The same with Limpopo, is 10 males into the PCT because there's 5 regions and the chairpersons and secretaries are males. So we have to necessarily balance that at regional level, at sub-regional level, so that we have an organization that is truly reflective of the society that we are living in. It's not true that females cannot play the roles, the main roles of being regional chairpersons and regional secretaries. My experience actually demonstrates that they are actually much more dependable than and I think as a matter of principle, wherever there's quorum, let us say it's 50% plus one. So quorum of every meeting and structure is 50% plus one person. So 50% plus one person. That is the principle that we should maintain, that if the structure is 20 people, at least there must be 10 people plus one person, so 11 minimum in terms of how we should handle all of those issues. I will deal, comrades, let's not. The problem, Cindy, is that if you overextend this thing of conscience and everything else, it will be abused. If you say members of the organization are allowed to defy organizational line and vote according to their conscience, they're going to do that every day. You will say to them that don't appoint a municipal manager, don't vote for this budget. They will say, no, my conscience says that we must vote for this person. So let us not have that loophole. There will, of course, be political discussion and deliberations as to how we deal with issues of conduct in the public representation spaces. For 10 years, not for 10 years, I think from 2016 to 2014, I was responsible for oversight of first 725 councillors and later on 1,200 councillors. And they know Musa, Slumko, all of those were in councils. That majority of times they would ask for guidance. As to there's a budget, there's a speech, how do you vote? I will ask them, how do you want to vote yourself? We'll throw it back to them. And then once they come with a sound position, we'll say, no, proceed in that direction. So even here, we're not going to try to micromanage anyone. We will expect all those that are deployed in positions of responsibility to act with revolutionary clarity and consistency, so that there is no need, none whatsoever, to try to micromanage anyone. Like, if we, all of us, ascribe to the principles that guide the movement, there will never be any need to micromanage anyone. And comrades, the Constitution is not a trap to try to trap you into wrongdoing and then be punitive against members of the organization. It's a guiding document, it's a guiding principle to say, this is who plays which role, so that we do not have a situation where people appropriate for themselves powers that they do not have. Because at formative stages, you run the risk, if you do not have a constitution, of creation of parallel structures, where everyone feels like they've got an authority to could go and establish a structure at ward level, at VD level, at sub-regional level, at regional level. And in some other areas of South Africa, if you wrongly create parallel structures, you will cause and make comrades to fight amongst themselves. More so when we are going to local government elections, because they will all say we're legitimate, were established by so and so, were established by so and so. And there can only be one candidate per political party for each and every ward of the 4,468 wards in South Africa. But if you've got parallel structures, they will all feel like they're entitled to field candidates, and they will fight each other. in a province that has got the highest levels of political killings. The killings happen because of local government, by the way. It's not about provincial legislature and all of those issues. It's on contestation of the local state. We cautioned some other parties that please don't create parallel structures because your members will kill each other. So we must not have that here in Mayibuye, because we must run a disciplined, focused, determined and clean organization that is driven by integrity and consistency on everything else that we do. So comrades, for now, once we adopt the constitution and the code of conduct, we all should be bound by it, and we must be guided by it, and we must act on it. The women's movement must establish all the structures of the women's movement. The religious desk must establish all the structures of the religious desk, including the chaplaincy, which the constitution says must be established. The youth must establish the youth movement. The students must establish the students' movement and be present in all the TVET colleges, universities of technology, and universities, so that we are present in all corners of South Africa and run the organization in a positive way. There is no threat, none whatsoever, that we are doing a constitution or building a constitution because it's used as a trap or a threat to members. It's a guiding document which all of us must internalize. And in practice, we will begin to realize which areas do we enrich. So by the time we get the conversion in November, we would have picked up the weaknesses of the working document which the Constitution is, and then get to enrich it so that we are able to guide a far much more clear organization as to how it moves forwards. The other issues, comrades, of the roles of deployees of the NCT in provinces and the roles of the PCT deployees in regions doesn't belong here. That gets handled in a guideline which the SGO will issue out to say that this is what is expected from each and every deployee. Also, when we talk later about the deployment to different provinces and clusters of wards, we will explain what are the guiding principles and values and contours that will define each and every one. Otherwise, comrades, thank you very much that we have all reflected on the Constitution, and we are on the verge of adopting it as a working document that will guide all of us. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Comrade President, for the reflection on the documents, both the documents, the Africa Mayibuye Movement Constitution and the Africa Mayibuye Code of Conduct. Comrades, I'm now going to take hands suggesting that we adopt the documents with all the amendment made. Comrade Abdul, let us hand over the microphone. Let's hand over the microphone. I'm noting Comrade Abdul here. I need a hand this side. Comrade Mafanya. Let's go to Comrade Abdul first.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move for the adoption of the Constitution and with the amendments. Thank you.
Where?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julian Glovu, Deputy Organizer from Tshwane. I hereby in support of adoption to this movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, comrades of the extended Africa Mayibuye Movement NCT meeting. The Constitution and the Code of Conduct of Africa Mayibuye Movement has been adopted by this collective. I'm going to request that we take a 15-minute break and then we come back to do an organizational report, which is going to be a closed meeting. Now, we are breaking now at almost 5:30. Let us be back at 45 minutes past 5, 5:45. Thank you, comrades.